Okay, we're on the record. If we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Who messed that up?
Good morning.
Sorry.
It's 10:03. It's Thursday, May 18th. And this is day 4 of the Curry County Budget Committee meetings. And I'm going to turn this over at this time to the chair, Tom Brand.
Okay, Commissioner Boyce, and then we had a request for a speaker from the public. So let's do those two things before we start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My little bit of an urgency here was for Mary Rowe, who is our public speaker. She is pretty sensitive to, I sometimes come in the morning and open the doors early because the smell is so strong in here. It's, I'm not overreacting or anything, but I can understand. So I think you are on board that you were going to let her speak regarding public transit as quickly as possible. I did also hear from Brett Webb from Port Orford, and so she's going to speak, and then she kind of wants to go out where the air's a little fresher, if that's okay with the committee.
Yes, let's no reservations. I doubt that they are. Let's move on then.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you for granting my ADA request, Commissioner Boyce. Chair Huxley, Commissioner Gold. Is this where I stand?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm Mary Rowe. I have lived in Curry County for about 18 years and ridden Curry Public Transit for about 16 or 17 years. I have lived in Brookings, Gold Beach, and Port Orford and taken CPTs, dial-a-ride in each city plus harbor. I know that funds have been decreased for public transportation and of course for the county. Generally speaking though, Curry Public Transit does an incredible job with modest means. I am here to ask that 2 additional services be provided or funded by CPT, but given current funding, probably instead of other existing services. First, in Gold Beach, where the dial ride runs on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 to 2, and the transit gets back to Gold Beach from Brookings at about 3:45. Some riders have no way to get home. If our dial ride could run until 4:30, just one day a week, then transit riders could take a dial ride home on that day when they arrive in Gold Beach at about 3:45. This would serve those who must have a ride home due to age, disability, distance, or weather. To compensate, 3 hours of dial ride service could be eliminated from the earlier portion of the day in Gold Beach, or some other adjustment that CPT decides is appropriate could be made. My other request is for Port Orford to be provided with dial ride service one day a week, perhaps on the one day a week that Gold Beach does not get service. Port Orford is one of the 3 cities in Curry County. It has about 1,200 people. The city is very spread out, with the post office on one end and the laundromat on the other. Folks who are older, disabled, or don't have vehicles need transportation. If the need and desire exist and ridership can be sustained, they should be entitled to this service in our county. At one time, there was dial ride in Port Orford, but insufficient ridership resulted in its withdrawal. That was a long time ago. The city has grown. Many Port Orfordians apparently did not understand that the dial ride was for anyone, thinking mistakenly that it was just for seniors. Surely some sort of survey should be taken to determine possible regular ridership. If CPT cannot conduct such a survey, then perhaps Port Orford leaders could. You could contact Port Orford City Councilman Brett Webb about that. Regarding funding of service to Port Orford, perhaps a few hours of service could be cut in Brookings and the harbor area. Thank you for your time.
All right. Comments, Commissioner Boyce?
Do you have a specific recommendation for Port Orford? Mary, what I heard Councilman Webb say is, can we just start the process? And maybe I did hear you say that in the form of a survey, and just try and determine how we might approach this. I appreciate that you recognize the budget issues, but yeah, with no transportation up there, your point, the city's kind of sprawled out. I'm hoping we can help, and so I was going to ask you a question on that, but I think I have an answer that reflects what you just provided in testimony there.
I had a question. Were you reading from a document?
Right now?
Yes.
No.
Okay. I was wondering because I think the transit district will be here later today, and we could give that to them.
They are here right
Oh,
now.
they are here right now. Very good. Okay. Thanks so much.
I was told the meeting was at 10. And
Yep.
try to
Okay,
coordinate.
very
should
good.
Should I do this again then?
Nope, you've done
No,
it
you did
just
fine.
fine. I
Okay.
didn't know the transit district people were here. So.
Okay, thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thanks for all you do, Mary.
Show for extension budget committee meeting there. One on this one's got public transit, some other stuff. Which one are we on?
I only have one.
Okay, I have a question for who is it? Ms. Goldstrom, do you create our hearing schedule?
Uh,
I have two schedules
do I need to
that are
confess
different.
to that?
And I'm not sure which one we're supposed to be following.
There is one that is, the one that says 4-H
Yes,
on
yes.
Wednesday is the current one, but I've written in revisements on, but that's the only one that's current.
So the one, I have one that says public transit first thing this morning.
Yes.
And one that says 4-H first thing this morning.
The one that's 4-H was moved to Wednesday, so the current one is the one that's public transit first thing in the morning.
So that's the correct one.
Yes, that's the current.
Okay,
Do we have a budget for that in our book?
it's a pass-through for the most part, isn't it?
I couldn't find one
No.
when I looked.
But I'm trying to get it up on the screen.
How's your mouse working today?
Well, this one looks fine. That-
Do you want
Oh, she does.
this mouse over here?
Well, just a second, because what I'm trying to do is, I was trying to save it as a PDF so I could put it on my USB drive and put it up.
Looks on.
I want to know is what we do before computers.
I know. Okay. So let me get my little thing and put this over on that computer.
Good job.
I lay it there, maybe it won't
Thank you.
Here's the white horse. Tonight on the white horse coming in.
We have the room.
That's good. Make it small.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
We'll survive.
Can you just read it to us? The budget message? Oh, okay. I thought maybe you had it on a piece of paper somewhere. Well, there's two budget messages there, one in Word and one in PDF.
Yeah, but those are, that's the
Oh, and both of those are?
Let me see if I have it.
So you're working to bring up transit budget,
Their budget message.
right? Do you mind if I ask her to come up and we kind of maybe handle some questions and get an overview before we actually have that,
Oh, no.
put that up? Is that okay?
But this is the only thing we've got, so we've got to be able to see it.
Yes, Carl?
Are we the budget committee for the transit?
I
Yes,
guess-
you are.
Oh, because we weren't before.
No, not for 4-H, but for transit, it's.
So at this point, I'm going to ask Ms. Wassbauer to come up. She has got a long history, successful history with the budget. Yes, please, and kind of introduce yourself and let us ask you some questions while we're trying to fix this.
My name is Joanne Wassbauer. I was the general manager of Curry Public Transit for 10 years and retired a couple of years ago, and you can see I retired. And I'm here to help with the budget and answer questions. I can give you a brief history. We have a contract with the county to provide public transportation. Because of the way our grants are arranged, they come from the Fed, the money comes from the feds through to ODOT, and it then gives it out at the county level if you're not a municipality. Their grants are completely separate. So we get 2 large grants a year, one that runs the Coastal Express, which is our 600-mile-a-day run back and forth to Coos Bay, and then the dial rides in 2 towns, Brookings and Gold Beach. We had one in Port Orford. I think we terminated it about 5 years ago. We actually had a volunteer set of drivers, left a bus there for them to use, and they decided they were spending 3.5 hours of time for every ride they gave. So, and there were only about 5 people that used it. So we are willing to try and try it again, but it's a financial issue. Our budget is so close, we spend every dime. We don't run in the red. We have never run in the red after the first year. Because we had an issue in the settlement court. This was an embezzlement, if you remember that period of time.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and in the settlement, all of the money that he paid back went to the county. So that took care of the county's share. So we have not run in the red since then, which we're very proud of, by the way.
You should be.
We have a fabulous staff. Yeah, they're still most of them there.
Okay, are we ready up here, or are we still waiting that?
I think she was going to get her laptop, I think.
Okay, then let's, would you mind if we
No.
ask questions and so on? Are there questions from,
No hurry, but yes.
go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Just the Brookings shelter name for you. The Sentry, congratulations on that. And I know it was a tribute to the difference you made and so much volunteer effort. And it's nice to hear somebody say we watched the dollars and we're proud that we have not been in the red. So can you spell your last name for me again? I seem to have trouble with that.
Wasbauer.
Thank you very much.
Is that Westbauer?
Wasbauer.
Okay.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair, for now.
Okay, I have a few questions. The funds that you said, the grants that applied to Gold Beach and Brookings, are those restricted to services to those areas?
They're not restricted as far as service to those areas, but they are restricted for use. We actually, because we're a rural transit system, are able to provide services to everyone because the money is passed through from the county, and our contract is with the county. ODOT, although we do most of the work behind it, we do all the financials and ready everything for billing to ODOT, and then it comes over here, checked, signed, and comes out. The money comes back here, get another check made, comes to us.
Okay, I'm going to continue then. Are you audited?
Yes, we are,
And
every year.
do you know, is the county budget in any way liable for these pass-through budgets where I just have the sense that there's some distance between management of that and ongoing management of the county. Would we be liable for any, yes, sir?
John Huddle, County Council. My understanding is the county is the grant recipient, and so we then are managing the budget, and that's why they're not like the 4-H, and they're not a separate district from that.
Okay.
So like many of our grants, if the purposes aren't fulfilled, then yes, the county is made the promise to the granting agency that we will, do all the actions, and then we contract, as Ms. Westbauer said, with the transit district to do the services.
And I think, just a little bit off topic, is that there have been some changes in the accounting procedure now that keeps all those grants that have to be monitored in one fund where they can be watched. Is that correct?
Well, perhaps each grant in its own fund, but I would defer to Ms. Kallstrom when she gets back on that.
In our case, we send our monthly report, our financials. We send a copy to the county every month. And also the quarterly reports, of course, which come through here to be passed on, so.
All right. When this budget was put together and you envisioned being here, was there anything that you wanted from us in particular, other than approval of the budget?
No, not at this point in time. I think the problems we're having now, we're stepping around you because they're mainly concerned with the last bus purchases that we made, which we replaced the fleet almost entirely last year, which was nice considering our repair bill was higher than our gas bill, which is
Wow.
our fuel bill, which is considerable. The fuel bill's around $56,000 or more a year. So,
Sir.
I can't think of anything that we really need at this time.
So were you able to get grants for the cost of those buses that you replaced?
Yes, we did, and those
Good.
were all through ODOT. The buses are held in the county's name.
Thank you.
We are, as a part of our contract, you furnish the buses. So we have 2 buses that belong to RVTD in Medford because our buses were giving us so much trouble, and they had actually had $100,000 left over because their buses cost $500,000 apiece, and ODOT agreed to let them use that money to buy 2 buses that came to Brookings.
Oh, that's nice.
So, which was really
Good.
nice. It was a godsend for us. What happened is our buses were in the 15-year range, and the normal span on a bus is 5.
Mm.
Right, well, I'm seeing that says contribution to or from the fund is a blank line, meaning it's zero. It balances, it costs us nothing. Thank you, by the way.
Sorry, Sharon and I had to put the budget message in that document, and this is not correct.
So would you give us a moment to kind of glance through this, and we'll get to you with any questions that we have.
I have a question. The Dial-A-Ride grant has to be used for Dollar-Ride, but that can be Dollar-Ride anywhere in the county. So
Yep.
with respect to the citizen comment and request we heard earlier this morning, it's a financial question and a demand question.
Right.
We don't have to do anything in this budget to enable you to have Dollar-Ride in Port Orford again.
That's correct.
You just need to figure out how
How to afford it.
to do it and how to schedule.
Other than the bookkeeping aspects you were talking about, you send stuff to the county for sign off or whatever. Is there any interaction with the county other than that every year?
Yes, county has an STF committee here, which I can't remember what the initials stand for because it's always STF. MoDOT, and during this time, we discuss problems and see how things are going. This last year, the committee was responsible for the transportation plan that came out of Curry County. Unfortunately, Curry Public Transit, but we're doing it. We did it. We've done it 3 or 4 years now. It has to be upgraded, but it takes a lot of time, and it's a huge project. This is for the entire county, but this is the entire.
So would that be the
public
medium to
transit.
address Kyle King's kind of thought at the point at which services are talked about? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, Mary Road?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Or is that, would that just take place in the offices back in Brookings?
Well, I can take the information. She's gonna drop off a copy of her
Sure.
speech tomorrow in transit, and we'll look and see what we can do with it.
Sure.
And so bottom line, that's an internal thing that you folks would take care of.
We try not to take, the only time we've had to step in is when we've had some riders that have ended up going to at least one. Thank you, Tom. You cured the problem.
That was a trip.
And actually, he went all the way to the top, to Al Gard, who's
All right, any comments of the budget that we have in front of us?
Well, I need to read the budget message.
Oh, you do?
Yes,
Yes, please.
it's required.
You have the floor.
Okay. Members of the Budget Committee, the following presentation is the Curry County Public Transit District's, the district budget for 2016. Oh, dang it.
Should be 17, 18, right?
Yes.
Would you like us to make those changes here?
I'm just trying to see if this is the right budget message.
Perhaps it got printed out
It
from
is not,
last
it's the
year's.
one from the year before.
Excellent.
I'm sorry.
How do you want to handle that?
I have it on my computer.
You want some
It's not
time
on
then?
any of the stuff that I have here, so I have to go to my computer to get it.
What
Is that a
time is it?
laptop, or-
9:30?
Don't feel rushed. It's okay.
Yeah, no, it's not a laptop.
I do have a couple
Yes,
quick
go ahead,
questions.
Commissioner Boyce.
If, Ms. Washburger, if, I think it's only a few bucks, but if somebody needs a ride from Gold Beach to Brookings, for example, what would you typically charge there? I know it's very.
It would be $4.
Okay.
But we have actually the system that anybody who rides transit regularly usually does. We have a monthly pass that's $50, and that's all the rides you want on both Dial-A-Ride and the Coastal Express.
Well, I think I'll sign up.
So, yeah, so we had, actually, our ridership went down when they let go of some county employees here. We had 5 or 6 employees who rode the bus every morning.
So what time do you guys start up in the morning? I'm checking.
The Coastal Express, I think, starts up about 7:30 or 7, and gets here in time. And then our last run back, we have an interesting setup.
It is a round trip.
Yeah, it is a round trip. But
Well,
we
I'd sign
start
up
at
for the
both
50 a
ends.
month.
We have drivers that we have in Coos Bay and Brookings. And so in the early morning, we start a bus at each end, and it drives the entire loop round back. That's the long run. And then in the afternoon, for the third one, we start a driver at each end, and they drive to Port Orford, exchange passengers, and then return. So everybody has a chance. This enables people, for instance, who are getting dialysis. They catch our early morning bus, and then they have their 4 hours, and the time their 4 hours are up, pick them up and bring them back. So
Do you have a lot of those folks involved?
it comes and goes.
Hmm.
It's kind of one of those things.
And what about the Dial-A-Ride? They come right to your house? And
The
so could you do the
Dial-A-Ride-
Dial-A-Ride and then hook up with the bus? Just check.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can do the Dial-A-Ride, and then we take you down to we drop you off at the bus shelter
Oh.
in town. Whatever. We're still trying to get shelters for both Gold Beach and Port Orford.
So where's the stop in Brookings? I'm just killing time here.
Okay,
down in front of the closed race.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Huxley and then Carl King.
They have a real slick on the web page too. I mean, this is on the website, so if you want their exact schedule,
Okay.
it's all
I'll check
there.
it out.
It's all there, and you know, I was new to it here 2 years ago, clearly. It was just basically autonomous. They took care of everything, and
So have you ever
of
ridden the bus?
99+%, you know, were all compliments that you ever heard, and there's always one.
Yeah.
But I say it's just well run, and it's completely autonomous, and they took care of all the grant paperwork. I think typically it interfaced more with Commissioner Brown to a degree, you know.
Yeah, she was our liaison.
Yeah, but yeah, it was just really flawless.
Carl King.
There is a schedule here. And seniors, enrolled students, and people with disabilities pay half price. So it's not $4 assessment, it's $2 assessment.
So then is it 25 a month for us old folks?
A month, but
Sorry.
It does leave Harbor at 7:05 in the morning and gets into North Bend at 10:55. If you want to put a bicycle on the front, many people, when you see them go by with a bicycle on the front, that's $1 a segment to have the bike on the front. But
Yeah.
it is a great way. I've not used it yet, but I've been tempted to put my bike on the front and go up and do the bike route up and outside of Port Orford, for example, instead of dragging it on my car. So I think it's a great schedule. I think it could be altered, but I don't think that's the budget committee's job to alter it. There is a county committee that works with the district on scheduling and long-term plans, and I think that's their job.
When we revised the schedule or change it, which isn't very often, we consider who people are going to be latching up with. For instance, you get to Coos Bay in time to catch several buses if you're going east or north. Same's true going south. We go into California and right at near the casino, not at the casino, but the gas station across the street. We meet up with Crescent City.
Oh, so then people could get to
Yeah.
Medford possibly?
They can go from Medford or they can go south into San Francisco or whatever.
Wow.
So our schedule looks, if some of the times seem a bit weird, that's the reason why. The airport thing is kind of fallen through the tracks because we used to take them down and they would go out with Crescent City Transit System, which I forgot the name of. And they have canceled, they had so few riders that they don't take people out to the airport anymore. So, and that's somebody else's territory. So,
Well, but it's nice that you hook up with their system
Yeah.
so that then people can transfer onto their system.
Any other questions?
Just while we're waiting for Councilman Kallstrom, you mentioned the 600 miles, I think. Did I hear that correct? On
yes,
the
that's what
Express?
that's what we run in the day with 3 runs from Brookings to Coos Bay and back.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
that's
dial
200
ride
miles.
sometimes often puts on over 100 miles a day. So this is a real, because everything is so spread out. And dial ride is what we call curb to curb. We do not go into the house. And mostly we expect people to be able to get to the curb. You have to be able to control your wheelchair or have somebody bring you out. Then as soon as they're on our bus that, take over, we have wheelchair ramps on all of our buses. Of course, it's a law now, so it doesn't make any difference. But so we pick people up. We do a lot of medical transport. And our medical transport is done through the brokerages, TransLink out of Bedford, and WOA does some. It's a side way for us to earn money to match and cover our expenses. Those grants don't come close to covering our expenses in some years.
Well, you guys have a great service for people who can't drive or are unable to get around, so that's good. I'll have to check it out. $50 a month is a deal.
I know at least one guy sold his car. He just smiles when he talks about the decision to depend on the transit system.
Well, I mean, if you
But
just
he's
look
in
at
the city, so.
yeah, if you look at insurance and upkeep and all that other stuff, $50 is a great deal. Well, we're still waiting on the budget message.
If anybody has, oh, here we go.
Hooray.
Ignore the budget message that is in your little packet that I handed you.
Cross that off.
Thanks again.
I know I wrote this.
Thanks. Don't forget your mic.
Okay, so just so you know that this budget message is signed Board of Directors, Curry County Public Transit Service District. I don't know if I am the budget officer for that district or not. I
You
don't
are.
know if I am.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, it does say it. Okay. Page 2. Okay, so to the members of the Budget Committee, the following presentation is the Curry County Public Transit's budget for the 17-18 fiscal year, July 1st, 2017 through June 30th, 2018. The district was formed in 2006 as a non-taxing special district pursuant to RS Chapter 451. The budget is a financial and operational plan that presents the revenues and expenditures for the next fiscal year. The district contracts with Curry Public Transit, Inc., CPTI, the contractor, an Oregon nonprofit corporation formed in 2006 to provide regular, safe, reliable, and affordable public transportation to senior citizens, persons with disabilities, and the general public of Curry County. The district provides the fleet, and I assume it was still 2 vans and 9 buses. I didn't have a chance to talk to anybody at the transit district about
I
that.
think there's one that's for sale here that
Okay.
is still considered in
Okay.
your name.
So it's still in the fleet.
Yeah.
To support the Coastal Express dial-a-ride operations throughout Curry County with connections to Coos County and Del Norte County, California. CPTI also leased 2 buses directly from RVTD. Who's RVTD?
RVTV, is it?
Nope.
Yeah,
Rogue
Rogue
Valley
Valley.
Transit District,
Oh, it is this.
RVTD.
Okay.
Okay, Rogue Valley Transit
They're a
District.
municipal
Okay.
district.
Funding is primarily sourced through federal grants to the Oregon Department of Transportation, Public Transit Division, ODOT. $186,232 is Coastal Express, and $109,725 is Dial-A-Ride. The district then passes these grant monies through to its contractor. Both federally funded grants require cash match. The $67,000 Special Transportation Fund Program grant is state general fund money and may be used as federal grant cash match. The district purchased 2 buses in 16-17 fiscal year using federal grant funds. 1 bus is anticipated to be purchased in the 17-18 fiscal year. The district board is presenting a balanced budget for the 17-18 fiscal year totaling $523,707. The basis of accounting, the district uses modified accrual basis of accounting. This means that revenues are recognized when they become measurable and available. The district, through its contractor, prepares and forwards grant funding requests to ODOT on a quarterly basis. When received, those grant funds are passed through as intergovernmental pass-through payments to the district's contractor to fund its operations. The district uses accounting procedures that are in compliance with generally accepted accounting principles. The financial statements are issued in compliance with standards as determined by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board and are included in the Curry County Annual Report as a component unit. In summary, the district board is encouraged that continuing improvements in operations and administration made this past year by the district's contractor, Curry Public Transit, Inc., are reflecting more efficient and effective and efficient public transit services in Curry County. And there you have it. Only took me a half hour.
Thank you. Any further questions? Motion?
I make a motion that we
Excuse me.
Any public comment, or have we asked for any?
Apparently not.
I don't have anything. Does anyone else?
We did have public comment
Did
from
we
one
have-
speaker this morning. Sure.
I make a motion that we approve the Curry County Public Transit Service District budget as written.
Second.
We have 2 seconds, Commissioner Boyce and Carl King. Any other discussion? Hand vote, please. All in favor of accepting? It's a complete vote. Jesuit, thank you so much. I didn't realize that.
Oh my gosh. I learned a lot.
that the leadership had changed.
my $50 out.
You're there every day. You guys are always.
I'm certainly glad she was here to entertain you while I was in
All
my
right.
office.
I learned a lot.
Tell me what COP something or SYD.
CCPTD, Curry
Military
County
term.
Public Transit District. Is that what you
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's the same as what we've just
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
Okay, I have our next, was your issue resolved, the thing that you started to talk to me about this morning?
No, I spoke to Mr. Hotto.
So you still want to be able to,
We'd like to have a couple of minutes.
and did you want to speak also? No. There was a request for a citizen to have a chance to talk again, and if it's okay, I think we can do that. Okay. Sure, you ready? Would you? Would you state your name again? And
My
where
name
you-
is David Barnes. I asked Mr. Brand this morning if we might just briefly, for one quick topic, reopen the discussion about an administrator, and that topic was compensation. I've given the members of the Budget Committee, you all will get shortly, something from the ICMA, which is the Association of County Managers and Administrators. And yesterday afternoon, when you decided to do this, I believe the number you put on hiring a manager for budgetary purposes was $80,000. And I am here this morning to ask you to reconsider that number based on what I found last night. According to the ICMA, the median salary of a manager across the whole country, half earn more, half earn less, is $101,000. In Maine, it was $65,000. In California, it's $185,000. I've seen something in the paper last year when the home rule charter thing was going through, that estimates were put that a county manager would cost us $120,000. I believe that putting in $80,000 is a lowball number and is going to get us a lowball candidate. And I would like to have the budget proposal reflect a number closer to what we realistically can expect to pay, which would be more in the lines of $110,000 to $120,000, I believe. When you add the benefits package into that, I think you're going to find that you're not going to have much savings after all. There'll be some money there to be saved, but not very much. A very small percentage of what is actually the commissioner's budget right now. But I don't think it's right that, that this budget goes in reflecting such a low ball number, given that there's information out there that supports a much higher number being put in that will more realistically, I'd hate for us to put $80,000 in there and find out that in order to get somebody who is highly qualified to do this job and who comes with the magic wand that they're going to wave over Curry and make everything all better, we're going to pay a lot of money for that person. And I really would like to see the budget reflect that from the beginning and not afterwards. And that was all I had to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyce?
Well, I have just a quick question. Have you changed your position regarding the need in the county for an administrator?
I have not yet, no. I spoke to Commissioner Huxley this morning at length in the hallway, and it was a very eye-opening conversation for me, but no, my position has not changed as of yet. I still do not think that it's necessary, that it's a necessary expenditure. But if we're going to make it, I'd like to see it accurately reflected.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I just have a question for you that's related. I'm not
Yes.
trying to drag us
Commissioner
into
Boyce.
yesterday's controversial two topics, but when we went when Ms. County Dahlstrom went before the board on the direction that you needed for the budget 3 or 4 weeks ago, Mr. Brand, you had a good testimony, and I'm going to try and get a kind of an accurate quote here. You felt like you wanted to find funding for a county administrator, but you also wanted to maintain the compensation for the commissioners, unquote. And I wondered if you could shed some light on that, or what has changed. And it gets back to it. It appears we're going to balance the budget on the decision we made yesterday within the
I can't
Board
help
of
you, I don't
Commissioner
remember
board.
saying that.
Okay.
I
Did you
don't
originally
remember having a position on compensation for the, I can remember saying I wanted them all to be the same.
Okay.
I don't remember the maintain kind of is different than being the same.
Okay.
Can you help me bring my memory back to
That was just my recollection. So
that? If I'd like to respond in a way that some of the comments yesterday, I think they're looking for motivations why I did what I did. And I've been watching it as most of us have been watching what has been done, and it isn't a rubber stamp, but things seem to be repeating themselves year after year after year without any new tries, new ways of looking for money. My sole reason for wanting to see if we could get some money out of your office that we could use somewhere in the budget elsewhere and still come out with a functioning budget, a functioning government. It has no political philosophy or preference for manager or not. I just thought we would save money. Frankly, I was surprised that we aren't saving as much as I thought we were going to. So I'm hoping that through the rest of the week, I started this week thinking that this process that we're working through is fluid until we decide that this, in my opinion, we haven't decided yet that any of our decisions are cast in stone. So if we could just work together to do the best we can for the county with the money we have. The only thing I'd request, that's completely off topic, is that there's nothing wrong, I don't think, in trying something different. And that's where that category falls. So,
well,
does that come to you?
yes, and
what you're asking?
I absolutely appreciate your effort, and we might. I don't know what our next agenda item is on the budget here. We might want to just consider asking Accountant Dahlstrom to just kind of go back and do a little recap on where we are. I'm not sure, for example, I'm not sure where we are on the carryover, and there's a reasonable approach here to this budget, and that's maybe up to 2% of the reserve funds are available in the road department. If we're not going to do that, then I think, as I said yesterday, with a third of the budgets left to review, I don't know where we're going to come up with, if I understand correctly, about 300,000. And so that's got me concerned, of course. And I think the biggest thing we might want to really consider here is the following year. And many of us have touched on that, and that is a big concern as well. But if we had more information on that, then we'd know how to go to the people and kind of better prepare them. If we have any credibility left,
Well,
But
yeah, okay.
I'm gonna request that we consider an update, a recap from Accountant Colstrom, if I
Okay,
may.
can you hold on that for just a
Of
moment,
course,
please?
yeah.
Carl King?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spent last evening doing my recap, preparation for our discussion. And I view, we have, yes, on our actual votes, we have not reduced the draw on the general fund by much money. But I have a list of things that I would put on the table in a discussion among the whole committee that I think would reduce the draw on the general fund sufficient to eliminate the need to use road funds in 17, 18. And so I don't see any reason to start that discussion until we come back and go through the discussion I thought we planned to have. And then we can ask our budget officer to tell us where we stand, because the numbers that I'm looking at putting on the table to remove from the budgets we have reviewed are probably, most of them are larger than what we've already removed in total, each one of them. So I would rather hold that discussion until we get done with the roadmaster. And I think we have IT, we have Mr. Springer coming, I assume, or on the telephone today.
I saw it.
Yeah, so I would rather hear those presentations, because I think there's, the IT budget with that 5-year plan is a big number. It's a big number each year for the next 5 years, and, I want to discuss whether we can postpone that, for example, for a year. And that eliminates $100,000 or $90,000 of general fund expenditures.
I think that might be the best way to proceed.
I'm putting together a list of things that I would like to bring up as we get along here that we either revisit or, and I would hope you all too. What is it? Let's kind of start refining our thinking. What is it that you personally see as a way of changing the budget? But if you don't mind, maybe not now, unless that we find that helpful. It's still, we're in transit. Yes?
I think you're doing just the way you've been methodically going through and you're having to go back and forth to get all this together. I'd put it back and leave it to you to continue as you had planned on going through the remainder of these, and with which you still have many department budgets.
We have a volunteer from the Compensation Committee, Mrs. Bunton, I think I'm saying that correctly, she's not here.
Could I just respond to Mr. Barnes?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I haven't had time, but somewhere I think I have a box that has all the manager materials that we gathered in 2013-14.
Okay.
And because we dealt with this organization, we have a lot of their literature and we have other literature. And I'll try to get a look at that today so that if I come to the same conclusion you are, I think 80,000 is possible. I look at this number and we're more like Maine than we are California. And so, if the average is 100 and in Maine it's only 65, I think in Oregon, in a rural county, we could get by with 80. No guarantee.
You're leaving out the one critical element to it is we are a rural county in Oregon with a huge big city money problem, That's something, you're looking for somebody with a magic wand to come in and fix this. And what I'm alleging is that person isn't going to be cheap.
Okay. If May, I'm not looking for them to fix up financial. That's not, I'd never envisioned that. It's an interesting thought. I think this is good material. I'm going to spend time with it. I appreciate your concern.
Yeah, I would
Commissioner
just say,
Hunt's
I don't think we want to at this time. I think we want to research more. You are not being dismissed
Oh, no,
on your
I-
suggestions, so I don't think
Appreciate,
that
this
was
is good stuff.
I just-
Thank you.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I can go sit down yet.
Yes,
I do
please,
like-
and thank
I
you
do
for
like
your
the view
patience.
From up
Go-
here, you know,
sure.
you keep me in the back in the
Go
dark.
to
over there.
the
I feel like a
corner, go to
mushroom.
the corner and stand in the back.
Oh,
Mr.
no,
Chair.
Carl's chair has arms on it, so I can be comfy in the corner, my corner seat, yes.
So do we have one of those special hats for him too?
So do we want to, Commissioner Boyce?
Yeah, I just to carry the discussion a little bit further. Also yesterday, I think, if I understood one of your responses correctly, you might have been confused that I thought the entire county did not want a county administrator. I have friends that think overall, long-term, that might be the answer. So I didn't mean to imply that the people that support me are lockstep in that philosophy or concept. What I do want to say is in the effort we made yesterday through that vote, as an elected commissioner,
Yes.
person in this county, to have the budget committee, I think, take away the will of the people, even if you take the ballot measure 876 out of the equation, to absolutely say, this is the position we're going to put you in. That's a pretty hard pill to swallow, irregardless of the $50,000 salary drop. And so, yeah, and I know.
Point taken, and it
Yeah.
carries weight with me. I'd like to respond, though, in what gives me a little relief from the burden of what you've said. And that is, I was appointed by you all. There's a little bit of public representation there. Your point of view and yours, you are all representing points of view from the elected public. You have at least two chances to alter that decision. You have the initial vote and you have the acceptance from this budget committee, where again, the public's going to speak through the three of you. So it isn't, I think realism is that it's not totally devoid of public representation here. But I still understand your point, and I think it's got, it has value. I'm not dismissing your point.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, we can move on from that. Just one more quick thing to Mr. King's point with here in the road department.
Sure.
In that sequence, just at some point, I would like to understand what that figure is. If we're, 250,000 or 400,000, what portion we're trying to make up here. And I think you may have some insight, and I'm sure Mrs. Kallstrom
My
does.
memory is the budget had
And I-
200,000 for
Appreciate
the
it.
road into the sheriff's deputies. There was 120,000 for dispatch. And my understanding is that the sheriff's department has reported to one of us that they're able to keep the harbor station open without road fund money. So that's gone. So right now, I'm looking at finding $320,000 to be removed from this budget that comes out of the general fund so that we don't have to we can move that into the sheriff's revenue, and we don't have to take any money, sheriff and dispatch, we don't have to take any money from road. That's what I'm looking to do.
Okay, and I think
And
you probably.
we can do it.
I think you're probably pretty close on that figure. That's what I needed, and we can come back to that later. Thank you, Mr.
The
Chair.
next on our schedule we have is the compensation committee. I'm sorry.
May I wanted to say this first thing this morning, but of course I was not in here most of the morning so far. But I think it was yesterday or Tuesday. I handed out something about the DA's office and the CAMI grant, and there was an error on the payroll. I thought it was calculating one way and it wasn't, so there was errors in that handout. And the DA and I would like to present those adjustments at 1 o'clock after lunch just before road, if we may.
That was one of these.
Yeah, it was those, but those have been revised again.
So
Sorry.
question, is it in our favor or against us?
I'm not saying.
Oh, come on. You mean
Gotta
we have
wait
to
for
come
the,
back after lunch?
Suspense.
Suspense will kill you on that one.
I don't think so.
So back to.
But it will, I just wanted to make sure that, because I asked the DA to come at 1 o'clock, that he can have that time.
So we have a break coming up at 11. It gives us some time between now and then to schedule the compensation committee. And then it says vote to accept the report, and that I assume has to do with the compensation committee, and there's nothing else, so.
So I have asked, I don't know who the compensation committee is.
Yes.
Okay, so I had asked somebody to make sure there was somebody here to present the report, and I don't know if there's nobody here.
So the
A member of that committee very generously said her office was near here and she'd respond to a phone call, and if she could come over, she would.
Okay.
And if I could give this card to somebody who can make the phone call, let's take advantage of that.
Sure. Again, I'll go back and look at the statutes. I presented the statutes yesterday. The Compensation Committee presents the recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. I think it was provided to the Budget Committee for information purposes.
Okay,
but
because
I don't understand.
all I'm doing is going by the schedule as it was last year.
Okay.
And what it said was, compensation committee, vote, accept report. So
All right.
that's,
I will take a look at that.
that's all I know about it.
I'll take a look at the statute in the
So,
break. And I think I know where Kitty Button is.
Now,
Yeah.
It has possibly has some implications, Mr. Huddle. You were talking about and I think Sam Scaffold was talking about the progression of those extreme actions that were suggested that make changes that have to do with how the commissioners are reimbursed. And it was, I think we could recommend changes to the compensation committee. Now, it didn't say which year's changes, but it did say changes. So if we listen to that, and I don't know, do you see what I'm going with this? I'm trying to say, is it necessary that we hear them to keep the other as a legitimate thing and keep from getting messy later on down the road?
I don't think there's harm in the Budget Committee reviewing the Compensation Committee report or even approving it. I don't see that having any legal effect because the Board of Commissioners is ultimately the people who will consider the Compensation Committee. The way I read those statutes is the Budget Committee is the only committee that can recommend a change in a salary or in a compensation to the Board of Commissioners. Or excuse me, before the Compensation Commission can also recommend a change, but before any change can be made, a change has to be approved by the Budget Committee. So to me, it's fairly awkward. Maybe it's checks and balances, but there's three pieces to it. The ultimate decision is the Board of Commissioners. The report from the Compensation Committee goes to the Board of Commissioners. Any change in compensation must be approved by the Budget Committee before the Board of Commissioners.
Okay.
And my understanding is the vote is to accept the report, not to be bound by it. The Board of Commissioners are accepting that this is a report made, and as it has done for many, many, many years, the Board of Commissioners typically does not follow the recommendation of the compensation committee.
Right,
So,
but
that's the Board of
Sure.
Commissioners' job.
right. I don't see the Budget Committee as approving or not the Compensation Committee. If they did last year,
Well, I'm saying
Yeah.
we didn't. It was
Yeah.
the Board of Commissioners who
Right.
accepted the report.
I think if the Budget Committee was going to recommend a change, I think they would need reasons after reviewing that for the change, and that would be that's how I see the Budget Committee operating, and that might come, I guess it could come today, but it could come after you hear everything else. I don't know.
Commissioner Huddle.
Sorry.
Huxley.
No. Yeah.
Again, I'm not positive, you know, because one of the committee members, one of the budget committee members, was also one of the compensation committee members, and I think it followed almost directly following the meeting, the last meeting on the budget committee had, but I'm not positive.
Okay, well then, let's just refine this. Do we want to get involved in this process of accepting or listening to? I don't think we're going to accept, we're going to listen to the compensation committee.
Could one of us just read the report, or do we have to have
In my mind, there are two issues. There's one of, there's a public field, we're doing something behind closed doors or not taking into account that, and we're blessing it, so to speak, publicly if we hear it. And the other one is just efficiency. We could be doing some of the other things right now. That's how I'm seeing it.
Carl King, I'd like to hear their report. I think transparency requires us, you know, if we're going to, we are in essence with the votes we've taken so far, disregarded this report.
Well,
in some respects.
You're giving strong signals that you're going to make.
And we've been looking at budgets where the salaries for the elected officials are different than what the compensation committee said they should be or what they recommended. And I'd like to have a discussion with someone from the compensation committee as to exactly what they did, what they looked at, so that I know what the basis is. Just like when I went to the Citizens Advisory Committee meetings to find out the basis of their recommendation, I need to do that to know how much credibility to give to this in taking into account when I vote to recommend a budget that has salaries in it. So I'd like to hear from someone right after our 11 o'clock break, which should start right now.
How much time does your thing take with the DA's office, Louise? Because the DA's here right now.
Should be pretty quick.
It should be real quick, but we have a break scheduled right now.
Oh, that's right.
Let's skip the break and let him talk.
Well, the thing is it is a BOLI regulations that one of our members.
We've only been here an hour and 5 minutes.
It's a halfway through his workday, and it's past halfway through his workday.
Okay.
So let's take a break. We're counting this, starting the break at 5 after. That's a 15-minute break, please.
And
20 after.
Sure.
I understand, but.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock dive and dine in a single day and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective
Get started momentarily. We will be visited by Mrs. Bunton, and then we'll handle the Elected Officials Compensation Committee report and see where that takes us time-wise. I see people behind me. I'm not sure how to fit them in, but we'll do our best to make productive use of the time. IT, I think, was scheduled to begin at 11:15. Is that correct? And that was dependent on our conference call, and then at 1 o'clock we were going to be doing the road fund. And then I think we're going to be putting Everett Dial in just before that. So before the road fund.
At 1.
I understand that. I understand that, but we're trying to balance everybody, not...
Just so, would you run that quickly?
Okay, it looks to me like Ms. Bunton...
Ms. Bunton is here.
We're going to be doing the elected officials compensation report, somehow work that out to her. And on the schedule, if we were on schedule, 11:15, we would be starting IT, and that's going to be a lengthy thing because there may be a conference call there. Then there's lunch. On my schedule, it says at 1 o'clock road department, but apparently we're going to try to have a dial in just before that to review these new revised budgets from that have to do with his department, child advocacy and district attorney, and apparently there are many revisions, so it's worth.
So that's where you.
That's
it.
it.
Did you say 1?
Well, apparently so. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought that was going to be right after.
I did last night when I talked to Mr. Dial, ask him if he could be here at 1 o'clock. So that's what I asked the board to schedule him in just before road department. There might be a lot of line item revisions in here, but basically it is maybe a 5-10 minute talk about what we did.
Let's take it piece by piece. Ms. Bunton? Yes. Thank you for offering. May I just kind of a conversation. Do you feel comfortable speaking on behalf of that committee, or are you just going to report what the committee did? It kind of makes a difference in how we frame our questions to you.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything legal, but.
I've served on the committee for 3 years in a row now.
So the next question is, there's a report from that committee that's going to be formally given to the commissioners. We're not the commissioners, but we could hear that report. Would you feel comfortable reading that report, or would you like to read it? Does it make a difference?
I don't know. I have not even seen
I
it.
haven't even seen it yet.
It's right here. One page.
So I would feel much more comfortable reading it after I've read it.
Well, with your
Thank you.
with your you want to read along then with Ms. Kallstrom? Would you read that report? Do you mind? And then you read along with that, and maybe that could be your first part of the discussion of how you agree or disagree with
Thanks,
that.
Mr. Chair. And for the record,
Yes.
I think Ms. Bunton should be on a microphone if
Up here.
we're talking to her, and that would be at the podium.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So would you begin reading, Ms. Kallstrom?
Okay, the Curry County Compensation Board, consisting of Katie Bunton, Kevin McHugh, and Terry Hanscom, met on April 24, 2017 to review the compensation for Curry County elected officials. Terry Hanscom was elected chair. County Counsel John Huddle provided the board with a list of responsibilities of the Compensation Board as outlined in ORS 204.112 and an outline of procedures to follow. The board then reviewed material provided by county staff consisting of elected official salaries as reported to the Association of Oregon Counties for Curry County, Coos County, Josephine, Jefferson, Wasco, Tillamook, Union, and Crook counties. In addition, the board reviewed salaries of elected sheriffs provided to the board by Sheriff Ward. We also reviewed material submitted by the assessor. The board did not take into consideration Curry County's current financial issues, as ORS 204.112 states that the Compensation Board is to recommend a fair salary for each elected official's position. This task is further complicated by the fact that each county is unique and the duties of elected officials varies from county to county. The Compensation Board believes that Curry County's elected officials are underpaid when compared with other elected officials in Oregon in counties of similar population and budget size. Having said this, the Compensation Board recommends the following. We believe the commissioner's salary should be $71,600, but recommends $68,600. We believe the sheriff's salaries should be $89,000, but we recommend $84,000. We believe the assessor's salary should be $74,500, but recommend $69,650. We believe the clerk's salary should be $66,950, but recommend $66,400. We believe the treasurer's salary should be $66,400, but recommends $63,500. We, the Curry County Compensation Board, urges the commissioners and the Budget Committee to receive this unanimous report in the spirit in which it is intended, that it is to show that the Compensation Board, believe to be the fair salaries for elected officials of Curry County when compared with like positions across the state. We would also like to point out that elected officials in Curry County have not had a COLA since 2014. Signed, Terry Hanscom, Chair, Curry County Compensation Committee. And that the report is dated 4/24/2017.
Do you mind coming to the podium and taking questions? Thank you. Questions? Yes, Mr. Gould.
Hi. Can you tell me what counties you used? Did you use all of Oregon counties, or did you use just rural counties, or how did you come up with your averages?
We used counties that were strictly representative of Curry County as in population. We looked at, so we stuck with population and size primarily. We looked at budget, so standard budget as it was listed on our reference sheets. And We looked at, when different positions, we looked at who, how many direct reports they had, what their typical budget was for their departments, and that kind of thing to arrive at what we felt were nominally similar.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Boyce?
Thanks for attending today. Any national input or data that you could use for other states?
No.
I thought that was customary. Sure, thank you.
Other questions?
Oh, I just had one question. Were you able to compare, any of the private sector salaries in the county?
No.
Yeah, that's always difficult to get. You can try to get that information.
Well, typically, we're given fairly limited information. So what we're looking for when we're doing this is what their peer groups are making. So the private sector is not a peer group in that sense, right? There's not a relevant structure there to compare. So you would be comparing apples to oranges as opposed to apples to apples.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, appreciate you showing up. I hope we didn't disturb your day too. Thank
No,
you.
sir. I believe this is a gentleman on the end. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's not clear to me if we have any action required on that.
I'm not.
We're not the commissioners. We can't accept it. We can't reject it. It's what it is.
Right, it's just information for you to consider when making your recommendations, like all the other information you've heard and, been presented to you from all your other sources.
It really, Mr. Chair, thank you. Just a quick comment. It really is connected with the vote that we had to force the commission into a part-time position, and so that way then that can reflect the substantial salary decrease. But to suggest that it's not a full-time position is quite a surprise to me. And I'll spare you details, but I could give you plenty of information on that, just what I've learned in 4 months. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? All right, now we have the tentative arrangement to do IT, and we have, is Everett Nielsen. Did you say you had a conference call that was going to add to our database of information on IT? Is that a possibility still?
IT, Curry County Electric Cooperative, Daniel Springer, who's our contract IT manager, is in the building on premises right now. I can get him physically here in the room.
I plan to come back.
That's
what?
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Dial, is this more of a convenient time for?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I was just going to say, if he's already here and
Got
we're
20 minutes.
scouring for the other gentleman, Mr. Springer.
I can do it. Jackie was going to be here. She was planning to be here at 1, but I could do it.
Right. That makes sense to me. I'll leave the room. I'll go try to get Dan Springer, and then you could probably, in the meantime, hear from the DA, unless that seems like the way to go.
So if you and Ms. Kallstrom can work through that budget and show us the changes, carry on the dialogue, then we'll respond to your questions. Is that an acceptable approach to this? Everett?
Sure, I can.
Do you and Mrs. Kallstrom mind working through our new handouts? We've all got the handouts of the new budgets.
I wasn't planning to address this time, but I've gone over it with Louise. I'll let Louise do the talking on that. Apparently there was a miscalculation as to the child advocacy's budget, and so what we thought was a $7,000 savings is not going to be that. It's going to be
about $500 the other way.
Yeah, $500 the other way to keep her. And that's my original. One of the things I did to save money, I got rid of my irregular. I also reduced Jackie from 0.8 down to 0.5. But last night I met with Louise after hours, and we figured we could put her at a 0.6, and it will only cost the general fund an additional $500. But we thought apparently there was a, do you want to talk about
Yeah.
calculation?
So,
Excuse me, would you tell us which page you're on and
Okay, so
and use these aren't numbered by, lines aren't numbered, so.
no, these are my, my budget worksheets that I give out to my department heads to give me their budgets. So what we're talking about is the one that says CAMI, Child Advocacy up here in the corner. And the other one says District Attorney. Okay, so the CAMI grant, what it was when I put it at 0.8, in the payroll calculations, there's a cell that you put 0.8 in, and then there's a cell where you say how much of that 0.8 is to that fund. And what I was trying to do was match the amount that the grant said it had available for payroll for the CAMI person. Unfortunately, in that it wasn't calculating off that 0.8, it was calculating within the salary thing. It said 0.5 in there. So when I was changing things around, it really wasn't calculating correctly. So once I figured that out, I did change that to what we figured was 0.6, which filled up that grant to the correct amount, and 50% of the 0.6, I believe it was. And then what it did was it changed some things. So I think what I'd like you to do is, we did discuss the first one I sent out, and what I'd like to do is say, never mind completely on that one. And this one does compare the proposed budget with this new proposed budget, the one that says new above it in red. And then it shows you on the side where it says total adjustments, what the difference is between the new proposed and the final. And the total change is that it increased the grant by $3,755 in different lines, just all these different lines that have a number in the adjusted column. Okay? So when we look at this in the revenue, it's the new proposed budget says that the transfer for the grant, to make sure that things that are covered in the grant, expenditures that are in a grant that are not covered by the grant, are being provided by the district attorney's office. So that transfer was $3,476 once we corrected everything. So now we go to the district attorneys. So what's really changed on the district attorney is some of the payroll and that transfer amount. Those are the adjustments.
Right.
And so the transfer amount changed from the $3,000 to the $3,476. So the bottom line is, it shows a reduction of expenditures of $2,043 on this spreadsheet, but the yellow box just below it says that up above in this spreadsheet, I took out that capital projects fund number, the $1,548. That's actually being put into a transfer to that capital projects fund. So even though it's a savings within district attorney's office, it's not a savings to the general fund. So the net effect on the general fund is a positive $495 more than was in the original proposed budget. Did I say
Right,
it
but
all?
it's still less than the
It's still-
budget from this year that we had, which was an 8%
Yeah.
reduction.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what I'd like to do, is to approve these two one is a fund, one is a department budget as corrected.
I move that we approve the two budgets as corrected.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I'm going to
The discussion? I have a question. I'm looking at the one that has CAMI, Child Advocacy.
Uh-huh.
Just under total resources, we're talking about salary.
Yes.
we probably already talked about it, but would you talk about that difference and how that's
What the differences is between the two of them? The one before and the one now?
Well, I can see the difference. I'm just, how did that
Well,
go?
when
It
this-
says proposed budget, if I'm looking correctly, it's 7,900, and the new budget is 13,000.
Yes. So what what really started this was that Jackie came to me and said, you know, I file a budget with the people that give me the award, and even though this budget kind of reflects the dollar amount that I have to spend, although her grant was $38,279, not $35,000, she said these line items aren't really reflecting what I have in my proposed budget for my grant award. So we started working on that, and that's what the result of the first one I gave you, trying to match the budgeted expenditures with her grant line items. So that's why things are a lot different, but really not a lot different in total.
Thank you. Other discussion? We have a motion to accept this. You're saying for the child advocacy and the district attorney accounts?
Yes.
Both of them?
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Boyce?
Ms. Antunes not taking a pay cut, correct?
Well, it would be a pay cut compared to 0.8, not 0.6.
0.6, yes.
Yeah, it is a pay cut.
Okay.
It is a reduction in her time, yes.
Can I ask about how much?
0.8, she was a 0.8, now she's a 0.6. In this budget, not today.
Are we ready to vote? Yes. Hand vote. All in favor of accepting the budget? It's unanimous, Mr. Jesuit. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Dial.
Evan.
Appreciate your patience. Can we do IT now?
Sure, Daniel Springer is here. I think he's available for questions. I think between himself and Louise, and I'll stay here, I think Daniel would step up to the podium. Between Louise Kallstrom, myself, and Mr. Springer, I think we should be able to answer your questions.
Okay, do you mind framing this situation?
Why don't I?
Reviews
Sure.
and then focuses on where we're going to be going.
Yes, I can. And the IT budget, I think, is on page 153 of your budget books. So that's what we'll be discussing. And part of the questions that came up were about the 5-year plan. That's there. So if you look at the IT budget in your budget books, and I think on page 153 might be resources, maybe 154. And for me, it's a back page, or it showed up at the top of my binder on the expense column, what the expenses are of the IT budget. It starts out with professional services. Well, I guess there's a change in the resources. If you go to the resources, the things that were funding the IT budget, it showed funding for salaries as well as all of the incidentals to salaries, such as insurance, benefits, those type of things on the first page. And what this IT budget does is it reflects a reduction in expenses and reduction then in also in the revenue sources and the required revenues. And I would just loosely, roughly $50,000 over last year, which is a pretty significant amount. So then when you go to, and the explanation then is in the expense side of it. And we have a contract now for IT services with Coos Curry Electric for $120,000 a year. And that's where it says professional services. That has replaced our staff in our own IT department. And then if you look down, and we started to get into this conversation, and neither Louise nor myself were really the generators of the information. Louise had I think, and Louise Kallstrom, our county accountant, she had described some of her categorizations. She lumped some separate items together to equal the large items. I think there's $30,000 on one line item for, I think licenses and software. It's called something else like maintenance and support. And then if you go down, there's another one for some additional and 20-something plus $1,000. And then at the very bottom of the page, there's a $30,000 capital, I think, reserve fund. And we started to, flounder a little bit when trying to explain that. And so having Daniel Springer here, should help explain the content of some of those numbers and then perhaps how flexible they are. So is that enough? Is that the kind of background you were looking for, Mr. Chair?
Excellent.
Oh, thank you.
That's
okay.
helpful. Anybody have any questions for Councilor Huddle? You passed out, we got another handout that had the breakdown of the...
Yeah, I think it's on the...
Just a reminder, we have some paper that seemed to generate a lot of questions, and it had to do with that.
The 5-year.
The 5-year plan that had...
And then in the 5-year plan, there was Exhibit B, which showed, because the question, I think it was from you, Mr. Chair, John Huddle again, was for the, I think, $20,000 a year for laptop replacement and the $20,000 a year for desktop replacement, how many computers are we getting for that amount? And then the Exhibit B showed the computers and the prices, and those were developed by Daniel Springer based on his survey of our equipment. And so those were handed out as loose papers, and then I believe we emailed to the board itself the entire 5-year plan, and so the Exhibit B is somewhere near the back of the 5-year plan.
Just to bring those up, if you'll give us a moment and then introduce yourself. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I'm Daniel Springer, I'm the IT director with Coos Curry Electric. What did you want me to cover first? The hardware or the desktop replacements?
Give me a moment to think about this. We have. I think we can categorize this. We have the budget page is presented, and then we have that specific information.
It's on my thing, but it's not on the desktop over there, so I'm going to go put it on the desktop.
Okay. And then the other is the 5-year plan with the computers there.
Right.
So, has everybody got the 5-year plan? That sheets that talked about the breakdowns and
this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just remember seeing it. Oh, yes, we just got it.
And I just suggest you have that in hand because we can refer to that and perhaps get one for Mr. Springer.
I have one, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are we going to come back to the expense side or have an opportunity?
Yeah, we can start wherever we want.
Okay, cool.
It's just, there's no, well, why don't we do that? Why don't we start with our budget sheets first? If you have a question, fire over.
Well, I just need to be educated. I've said more than once, thank goodness, Coos Curry came to our rescue. Did you drive from Port Orford every day? Just curious.
I live in Gold Beach and I drive to Port Orford every day. That's our corporate office,
sure.
and except when I come here. But we primarily assign Phil here because he's the network administrator.
I just thought you were down in that wonderful little room all this time. Just kind of a summary here with the expenses and what have you. I won't bog us down with that right now. But the system we had when all our information was through our IT department with Phil and Mr. Weeks, Mr. Dixon and Mr. Weeks. This is not a leading question. I'm just not convinced or not sure that we're actually saving money overall. And I know you have to kind of categorize that through a few years, but does anyone want to speak to that? I would just like to have some confidence that and I think it is an improvement. There at least are some improvements to what we had, but I'm not convinced that we're saving money. And when we're on the budget discussion, maybe somebody can help me there.
Mr. Chairman,
Carl,
I think the time we have with Mr. Springer ought to be spent understanding this 5-year plan, whether or not we're saving money. We don't need Mr. Springer standing there for us to have that discussion. To me, I'm satisfied we are, but I would like to have, again, basically what I'd like to know is on the 5-year plan, our budget shows $100,000 for this coming year in 4 components: software, hardware, non-cap, equipment, and maintenance. And I'd like to know how much of that could be deferred. Could we start the 5-year plan a year later? And if so, does that take $100,000 out of the IT budget, or does it take $72,000 out of the budget? Is that maintenance number a number we must spend regardless of whether we start the 5-year plan?
Would you hold just a second? I saw some hands up, and I'm kind of learning that maybe this is a little more efficient. So I'd like to go to Councilor Huddle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I know Carl King mentioned the 5-year plan and the number. If I'm not mistaken, from yesterday, Louise Karlstrom said she actually, in the budget numbers, did not wholesale adopt the 5-year plan. And I don't know that Daniel Springer is privy to exactly what Louise did or didn't do. So the question might be more directed to Louise than Mr. Springer.
Well, I know what Louise did. She took $19,220 out of the non-cap equipment, which was, I believe, buying the laptops, desktops. I'm just the information I need to know to react to this is the maintenance number that's in the 5-year plan that Louise did not change, the $27,028 for this coming year, is that a number that we need to spend regardless of whether we undertake the massive, the 5-year plan to replace things?
And
hang on just
a little context as well. And if you recall as well, Louise in the maintenance number accumulated several different components into that, and I think Louise might have to tell Daniel what makes up that maintenance number for him to actually accurately answer what's needed or not needed or could be deferred.
Okay, Commissioner Huxley. Just a moment.
Okay, what would help me, and I think it would help everyone, okay, let's forget whether we took anything out of whatever to right now, because what we started with, we didn't know exactly what was included really in anything as far as any detail. These were, if you could go through
That's what I was
just the line items that are right, in the original sheet and explain to us for year number 1, because many of them are the same all the way across with I see only one exception, that's Microsoft.
Okay, before you start.
That would be a help.
Okay, good suggestion. Commissioner Boyce.
Yes.
You had a comment about expenditures and so on. That isn't ignored. We'll get to that.
No, I think we're going with the flow fine. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Ms. Karlstrom, did you want to speak?
Well, what I was going to suggest is that our IT rep go through and tell us which of these lines in these descriptions. By the way, this is a thing that I sent to him and asked him if these were correct categories, and of course he told me they were not correct. Of what I told was software and hardware. So some of these say software and hardware and they're not correct, and he will tell us which ones I'm not correct on. I don't have one of the corrections, but if he could tell us, like network refresh, is that something we absolutely have to have and have to have every year or not? And so I think that would answer a lot of these questions.
That's my question.
Zoom in just a little, Chair. Could we could
Zoom in,
a little
please?
bit so
A little more readable. Can somebody help us with that?
Zoom in, zoom out.
The magnifying glass.
She's trying to get her mouse to work.
Close.
Yeah.
But,
Is that
Perfect.
good enough?
Yeah, I can even
thank
see
you.
it. Great.
Okay. It's back to you two. Why don't you just carry on
Well,
the conversation?
I don't know what's necessary or not, so I'm going to defer that list to him now.
Okay, so Coos Curry Electric created the 5-year plan for the county as part of our contract with you. This is, as we see things based on our audit with you in the initial year of all of this, it's a suggestion for best practices. It's not something that is required by any means. It's as, from an outside perspective, our best projection of how you should proceed. What we've done is we have a Cisco partner that we utilize, and the county has all Cisco equipment for your switches, your routers, all your network. We had them come and do a discovery on the county's equipment and do basically a health check, see what you have, what's going on. I was concerned earlier in the year when we found out that the county's firewall was not only having some issues, but it was end of life, end of support from Cisco. They basically had sunsetted it and written it off. That leaves you very insecure should there be problems. And I kind of thought, you know, a lot of this equipment is the same equipment that it was in place when I was actually an employee at the county in 2010. And so that, you know, when we rely on technology so heavily, that's a red flag. So the network refresh is, in the entire 5-year plan, I labeled everything that was, pretty much everything is kind of end of life. But we wanted to go through and target core areas. If this drops, how many people are going to be affected? What's the biggest impact? Obviously the data center is number one. The sheriff, 911 dispatch center, those cores are number one. So we kind of broke it out into phases. And what I've done is I had quotes created for that equipment based on those phases, and that's what we've suggested that you budget for each of the years. So those are the network refresh numbers. Now that's hardware, that's not software.
Okay, do you mind stopping right
Sure.
there? Do we want to do this line by line or try to remember what he said and come back to them?
Line by line for me.
Okay,
It
are you finished with that issue? Yes?
It is new, just so you know.
I'm sorry?
It is new, just so you know.
Ah.
Just saying. Like the whole
I have all the time.
I feel your pain.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the reason we're taking the breaks is for John Jesuit to meet wage and hour laws, but there is an option. We have a recorder going. Mr. Jesuit could take the break and we could continue, but then Mr. Jesuit would have to come back and recreate the minutes that he missed, and the board, it would be an inconvenience to Mr. Jesuit for sure.
Is there a sense from the board?
Does Mr. Springer have other things he can do in the building for
I
that?
have set aside the entire day for this,
Okay.
and it's included in your administrative tasks. So there's no additional charges for me to be here or anything like that.
What about lunch?
That was our first.
Right.
Are you going to buy lunch for all of us?
Let's just be
I
specific.
don't have it. I can't.
Charge.
It's in his report.
Commissioner Boyce.
Let's just be specific when he needs to be back. You're probably already thinking that, I'm sure.
Well, let's plan on taking our lunchtime, and then if we're coming back. If you could be back by 5 after 1, would that be
Perfect.
Oh, excuse me, we do have road department though at 1.
And road department is a long, long thing, so if we just did this just before road, then I think we would be okay.
Well, this is
Back to Mr. King asking if he's got other things he can do, and maybe we should just have him come back at 3 or...
Well, I think Doug is going to be long. I would ask
Yeah, road for
Mr.
the
Roberts
rest of
to
the
come
day.
at 2 o'clock instead of at 1 o'clock and see if we could do this for 1 to 2.
Maybe that'll work.
Do you think this will take an hour?
Yeah, I think it
Okay.
might.
It's my, if you don't mind, it's just a snide comment.
It's okay. What was the snide comment? I
It's really easy to
missed
gloss
it.
over the huge numbers that are hard to understand, but when we get down to computers and small numbers, man, we can talk for hours. We're going to have to kind of discipline ourselves and accept some extra, at least I'm going to have to accept, but we still have questions.
Absolutely.
So we're left with this. We're going to ask our road guy to come at 2, and we're going to meet with you at 1:05. Okay?
Excellent.
Damn.
That's not pointed at anybody in particular. It's pointed at me.
So we'll meet back at 1:05.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible, and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first step at this posted speed limit of...
All weeks in Harley-Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
See Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold on, Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one that keeps help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections. Counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
How many letters? 5 letters. Just think about, what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country. with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities, and the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes. Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There's little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves in the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at the posted speed limit of...
Bob Weeks and Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this sliding back and forth.
All right, sounds good. The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many Internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
See Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one that keeps help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly 1/3 of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections. Counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
How many letters? 5 letters. Just think about, what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea, or flying in the sky. Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals.
All calls from, she's coming, she's right around the corner. I'm drawing a blank. Were we just opening it up for questions on the 5-year plan? Was that where we're starting?
We had just started going over the description of everything that's on screen there.
And we were going to take it line by line, and we're on
I believe
the
we went over
refresh.
network refresh, and you were going to go
We're going
discuss
to
that.
see if there are any questions there.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I don't know. I thought I had a copy of that, but I don't think I ever did get one. Ever received. No, got that.
The one on the
this has not been
the one on the
handed out.
screen.
That's, you know what? I can make notes. Let's don't worry about it.
Full 5 year if you want a copy.
You got the 5-year plan. This is exhibit. You got it in an email the other day.
Ah, okay. That's where I've seen it before.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
is exhibit
Anyway, I don't want
F.
to bog us down. I can make notes and I can gather it later. Thanks again.
This was not handed out, but it's exhibit F in the 5-year plan that you were all emailed, I think the day before yesterday.
Yes.
Okay, would you mind, you talked about network refresh, and each year that amount is for a system-wide, or you said a department by department?
Yeah, so
refresh?
we broke it up.
And then if you would just differentiate the network refresh from just general software and operating systems.
So when we refer to network, we're referring to your the foundation, the core. So that's your server, or not servers. I'm sorry, your routers and switches, and your firewall. Everything that's
This is a
everything's built
local
upon.
network.
Yes.
LAN, right?
Yes. So this is all of that equipment that basically lets the data travel.
Between departments within the county.
From computer to server and between department to department, and all of that through the internet. It's basically your gateway. The phones reside on it. Everything that flows, all the data that flows goes through the network. So this is the core devices.
And you're saying it's going to take that long to get everything up to date?
Well, we tried to do it. Obviously, we understand that this isn't the type of scenario where we can just say, hey, let's get all of this equipment, right? Because it's a huge chunk of money. So we tried to break it down based on phases and the critical areas. So phase 1 is currently what we've done this year.
Where are you at?
I'm on Exhibit A on the
Okay.
5-year plan, where it shows the actual network map.
Sure.
And what this is phase 1 is what we've kind of done already. When Coos Creek Electric, shortly after we took over, there were some switch failures in the data center, caused some outages. We replaced those with existing equipment that was on the shelf, that was even older than some of the stuff that's there. And then, as we discussed a little bit earlier, the firewall. Those have been purchased already. Those projects are taking place. The new switch is actually going next week. So that we considered phase 1 already to be handled. So phase 2 would be what we budgeted this next upcoming year. And that is the routers in the data center. We only did the switches in the data center this year. So this would be the routers in the data center and over in the courthouse in the sheriff basement, because that is those 2 pieces there. And then as you move on, it goes phase 3 and then phase 4, and then the last phase is some of the stuff way out on the towers. So that's the least critical.
And the lifetime, how often does that have to be repeated?
Generally, the equipment lasts a long time. I mean, I don't know when these were purchased. They were, like I said, here in 2010 when I got here, and they were already a few years old back then. You don't generally have to upgrade your network equipment as long as it's supported. The key is if you can't get parts or it dies, you can't get it repaired, you need to replace. And that's kind of where the county's at now. Some of this equipment, there's no longer any support.
The word, it's been written in software, so it's a combination of the two.
No, that was just a misinterpretation. So that's hardware.
Once again, this is what I sent to Dan to say, okay, I'm going to be budgeting these line items. This is what I think they are. And he came back and said, oh, no, you're wrong. This is hardware, not software. So, yeah, try not to pay too much attention to what I wrote and read beside those, because it was a question to him, and I don't have one that shows what his answer was.
And so this is, when you talk about those numbers, that includes the actual physical hardware replacement, the cost to get the programming matched, because you have to take everything we currently have and rebuild the new with that. So that's everything from project beginning to end, and you're working. So the hardware, the labor costs to get them reprogrammed and tested, the licensing, if any, for that equipment, and the warranty maintenance on it.
And I noticed there were a lot of cables, and I think you mentioned that some of this physically just doesn't match up with
When it comes to computers, the computer part, this here's, the networking stuff's pretty standard, but none of this equipment that's discussed here is real super high end. We kept similar to what the county currently has. I mean, obviously there's no need for you to have a 10 gigabit backbone. You know, you're not doing super high demand, you know, Pixar type stuff, right? So this is all very conservative. It's enterprise level stuff. It's not small business equipment, but at the same time, it's very similar to what you have.
Commissioner Gold.
So, question, if we were to put off our refreshing until next year, would that be critical or?
You could, everything that you currently have is functional, that you're still working right now. What we've done is we've done an assessment on, it's very old, and like with the firewall, if it has problems, you're stuck. The existing firewall that we had, I think we just eked in this year on getting they stopped selling the support for it in July, and we got in on that to get that repaired. So any of this equipment, if there's a failure, you're going to be in a reactive state versus being more proactive with some type of budgeted replacement scheme.
So if we left, say, half of that sitting there, could we hobble by for a little bit? Or?
Some is better than none, obviously.
You guys say
but
that a lot in my
you
class.
could certainly. I'm not going to tell you that if you don't budget for you won't work. The risk level goes up. So basically, what this 5-year plan was just a risk assessment and a suggestion on, hey, best practices. We wouldn't be doing right by you if we didn't alert you to these things. We're still going to support you. We're still here. If something happens, we're going to be on site doing what we can. Like when the switches died, we scurried and found some stuff to put in to get you back up. And then we lick our wounds from there. But
my comment on this line item, the network refresh, I think it's one of the more important things in the list. So I would not. This is the one that I would keep for sure, because this is the one that's the base of all of our IT dependency. So basically, I think this is one of the more important ones to keep and go forward with.
The network error is your base, so it's what transfers all your data when you have slowness or.
So would you agree with?
Definitely, most definitely. I
don't consider myself a techie, so.
The 5-year plan that we presented is our best suggestion. Obviously, if it were a perfect world, you'd have the 100,000 to just chunk it down right and just get it all nice. But we've phased it out to say this is the most critical parts. These are the target areas. You don't want to lose your data center, but maybe a satellite office over here, we could shuffle people or do something. You know, there's options. But if you lose your data center, you don't have to.
The network refresh.
So this is, by those phases, we've kind of, I would say phase 2 is probably the most critical. If you were to scrimp on budget years, you'd probably want to scrimp later in some of those phases because they are the less critical pieces.
Councilor Huddle.
Thank you. Are we still on line 1 of going line by line, or had we gone, how are we looking at overall?
We're looking just at line 1.
I think we're still
Okay.
on line 1.
Thank you. All right.
Now, let me just, every dial is supposed to come back when?
He's done.
He's done.
Okay. Oh, that's
Yeah.
all right.
You could take the next 2 in 1.
Okay, so the desktop PCs and laptops, the initial machine audit, and this is just based on what's in your network system that we see. We haven't gone machine to machine and done a count. Is 103 desktops and 53 laptops. Traditionally, the county has worked in such a way where each department budgets for their own equipment replacement. What that does is it allows some departments that have a little more ability to have better equipment than those who are more maybe scrimping, and they suffer. And that, what it does is it creates an inefficiency for them, but it also drives up your support costs. What we've suggested is to go with more of a centralized model to where your IT budgets for your equipment replacement versus each individual department budget for, hey, we need three computers or 2 computers.
So, question, Louise, did the departments take this into account when you were looking at their budgets?
I don't think if there's any departments, there's very few that have budgeted for computer equipment because of the constraints of everybody's budget.
Okay.
There might be a couple that did, but not very many.
And
The tax.
Yes, sure.
And Mr. Chair, just recently the County Council Department replaced a laptop for my assistant, my legal assistant, and we used, I think, our M&S budget for that, or one of our, office equipment budgets that we have.
Shelley Denny, Chief Deputy County Clerk. Just a little history too for the County Clerk's office. That technology fee that we talked about in recording, we've actually purchased 2 file servers with that money, and we've also upgraded our PCs. So when we know we need that, we have budgeted it and used that line item, our clerk's reserve. And also, if we can get the elections office consolidated in one department, we would have 4 less computers.
One of the things that Dan and I talked about when we were talking about the replacement of PCs is the issue of computer software, because there are some Microsoft software that's no longer being supported. You can't get the new Microsoft software unless you have a PC that it can go on. So one of the things we did talk about is whether or not we have PCs in everybody's office that will take a supported software.
I think back to the comment that Shelley Denny made from the clerk's office, and as we've gone through all these budgeted departments, I've heard nothing that said we pulled, we're going with about what we've had last year. I think I didn't hear anyone say, well, we removed a line item so that we're going to centralize on purchasing computer equipment, mirrored by not just what Shelley mentioned, but County Council there, is that they just recently updated and took it from their material and services.
And
I haven't heard anything to the contrary. I agree for future with this, but I would be inclined to do that for a future year and not necessarily this year.
I do agree with that, Commissioner Huxley, but we got this just before or just as all the departments came in. It's not a question that I asked everybody because I did not expect this 5-year plan to include an overall But I think it is a good idea because when people cut budgets, one of the things they are not considering is whether or not they get a brand new computer. In some cases, computers need to keep up with technology, and the county, to be efficient, needs to keep up with efficient and supported computers. And one of the things that goes by the wayside when you cut budgets is replacing a 10-year-old computer that really cannot support what we're trying to do in our county.
I think, you know, we can come back and make decisions on line item by line item. I think if we want to just continue and have Dan go to the next one to explain what that is, and rather than hold him up.
I'm now confused. This, I take it, this does not include the computer systems in this county clerk's office, either election or recording?
This is based on your computer counts overall. Anything that's on the network, we didn't break it up by department. We didn't look. We looked at how many systems you have and the projection that they're going to go end of life or have issues running current software. So anything that's been replaced or is new, obviously, towards the end of the 5-year plan is going to be up and right.
So this
we
does
just took
include
a number. We didn't include departments or anything like that. Like I said, was the 5-year plan wasn't. It's designed to be more of a suggestion on our take on how you should budget.
So if we adopt this 5-year plan, then the clerk doesn't need to budget for anything.
Not necessarily, no. Not unless they have like grant funds for something that's from the state or something like that. In those cases, they would purchase those machines, and then these funds could either roll over or get used to replace other equipment.
And does this include the assessor's equipment?
This includes all equipment.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the question he's asking is there's some unique equipment in the assessors and the clerk office. I think some of them print tax receipts.
This is desktop and laptop.
Right.
This is
so,
hardware.
No, I'm
so
talking about not
or,
just the laptop and desktop, but the network refresh, all of those items.
The network refresh is non-specific to any department. It's all the same. That runs the county as a core. Everybody's on top of that. The desktops and laptops, there's they're standard pretty much. There's not any specific needs like you're talking about printing things. Those would be a peripheral, a printer. We didn't take into account any of that hardware. This is just the machines themselves.
Yeah, well, I think there's some departments that contract, at least they did. I don't know if they are this year. I haven't seen, like Cassell, right?
That's software.
Yeah, but you don't touch any of that.
That runs on the desktop and laptop, and that runs on standard machines. So those are all
okay. It's a standard machine, but you don't play with that, though.
We support it.
Okay, you do. Okay.
But we support it with the vendors' support.
Okay.
So we support it from a local, representation.
Excuse me, were you next? No?
No, I think I'm
So I'm just thinking, since this is like a transition year and the departments were not asked about their specific needs, would this be the year to maybe not do the desktops and laptops, and then next year bring those in with, from the needs from each department? The budget there for the non-capital equipment, are those two items, and the $10,000 down below it says non-capital hardware accessories items. Those three are the ones that I took $20,000 out, and to fix the error when the typing error I did for the software, I'm also taking another $7,200 out. That's on your little sheet here. So the total that's actually going in there is $4,400. Now, that is one of the ones that if we were going to cut this further than I already cut it, the 5-year plan, that's probably one of the ones that we could go with. That $44,146.
Comments? You and I talked briefly after the meeting, and if I can just come away from the line item review of this. you said that this is kind of a general recommendation.
Correct.
I'm impressed by and support the idea that computers have a lifespan, and after a while it gets not only inefficient but maybe dangerous security-wise, and for all those reasons. So there's got to be some replacement, I would think.
I would think so too.
And so my question goes to, is there a mechanism to not only keep things uniform, so we don't have to talk to each other nicely, or at least work together, but also identify what's definitely needs to be replaced and what isn't? Or is that an impossible task and we just have to go with those numbers? Yes.
Well, in the past, at the school district, what I had was we had a purchase order system. Anything that was coded to be purchased as hardware or software went to the IT department, so that we got the same kind of computers, the same kind of printers, so that we were not having all these different brands and types of computers. Centralizing purchasing desktops, laptops, printers, the non-capital hardware accessory things with our IT department really helps out in a whole, because you have a better IT plan and you buy the equipment that is appropriate, instead of somebody in another department deciding, when they really have no IT experience, which computer to buy.
Well, not only that, they could get it at a cheaper price, I would think,
and
in
they
volume.
You might have to approach.
Okay, then Commissioner Huxley and then Carl.
So Shelley Denny, Chief Deputy County Clerk, and I think Dan and I have had this discussion before. So in the elections office, the PCs that we have been purchased by the state, and the state tells us what kind of computer we need, and it's based on, you know, what software will support, what PCs will support that software. And then the same thing in the recording division, our vendor is the one that tells us what PC we should purchase. So I'm not quite sure.
Yeah,
how the clerk,
and that the way that happens is that the departments confer with IT before they purchase, to make sure that it is appropriate for what they need it for and what they're doing. So what I'm just saying is that IT should be basically involved in replacing all computer equipment, so that you get the best price and the best equipment for your county.
I think what we're talking about, doing what's not been done in the past here, as far as, you know, a plan. I think that we're time-wise, other than the network type stuff, we can't implement this. We have two major things that have gone on here: budget processes, as they have always been, and then this looking for much better guidance for the future. These three, certainly the desktops, the laptops, they're in the budget processes, and they will be dealt with tomorrow and July 1st and July 2nd, just the way they have been for the last multiple years. I think those three, so we get past this, to say the desktop PCs, the laptops, and then we may add more to this. The non-capital hardware accessory type items should be bypassed here. Now we have the next year to deal with interfacing back and forth, so that everybody's on the same sheet of music. We don't put them in our budgets. We go back to this point. I think that's the proper, prudent way to implement this good plan.
I think at a minimum, I would budget for maybe one or two devices in this as a golden parachute, if you will. So if a department has a critical machine drop and they did not budget, there is money that you can shuffle, because you don't want to be left with a machine that's dead. The whole purpose of this, like, we're not trying to say that you have to spend that, and get 21 machines this next year. But the purpose of this whole thing is to minimize your support costs. The IT support budget that you've budgeted isn't a static number. That's not something that you're just writing a check to Coos Curry Electric. We bill based on hourly support cost. It's a support matrix where you do have a monthly basic fee for admin's tasks, such as today, but overall it's an hourly charge. So because we are a member-owned cooperative, we're a nonprofit, our goal is to minimize your costs. So when we created this, it was with that in mind that, hey, newer equipment's more efficient, it generates fewer support calls, and you're spending your money on a capital item, something that's going to be an asset versus services, right? So that's kind of the method on this. You don't have to replace anything. Everything's working at this moment, but this is our best, guess. I don't know that I would zero those out. That's my.
So what would your recommendation be? I mean, we can minimize.
I would say at very minimum have at least 1 or 2 machines that you do budget for that will be used as just backup that you can shuffle to somewhere else if it's not used towards the end of the year. But at least you're not leaving any one system or department.
Would $5,000 be sufficient, or would you be talking?
So on Exhibit B, the desktop system costs are $998, and that's a desktop with a new monitor. And what you had mentioned before when we were talking was the county's at a spot where your equipment's aged to the point where newer systems coming in, there's a compatibility breakdown where the newer machines don't work with the old monitors because they don't have those older ports. So perhaps as we start the refresh cycle, we can keep monitors that are still viable and just replace the machine. But at this point, I've budgeted computer and monitor. And a desktop system cost is $998. The laptop system cost with the laptop, the dock, and the monitor, like you see John working on, is $1,860. So I would at least, if you did.
So that's $2,858. So $5,000 would.
And if something catastrophic happens, we have the ability to deal
Carl
with it.
King, I think, was on there.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page that Mr. Huxley is. Keeping an eye, if I may use the phrase, an eye on the prize. And the prize is leaving here Friday with a balanced budget and no money out of the road fund. I think it does less harm to the operation of the county to postpone these expenditures than it is to have to go back to the budgets we've already looked at and start reducing staff. And I think the only way to get that to the prize is to take a big chunk out of the $100,000 that's Louise put in the budget for this. So I'd like to hear what we absolutely have to buy this year, and I would like to see us postpone to next year, the next budget cycle. And I know there's risks in that, but again, I'd rather run a risk of having a computer go down and having to find money to replace it than to tell one of our department heads that they have to let someone go so that we can balance the budget.
Louise, excuse me, Ms. Culture.
My comment on that is, if you look down the line, I already cut $100,000 out of, or not $20,000 out of this. If you push these down the line, or even just push this down, if you cut $50,000 to $100,000 out of this budget, then next year you're going to have to add $150,000 to the budget to keep to do this plan. To take this plan down to nothing or minimal means that you will not have this plan at all, because you will not be able to add back in $50,000 or $100,000 next year or the year after that or the year after that, and you basically are not going to use this plan whatsoever. So I don't recommend cutting this plan down to absolutely nothing, or this fund has already been cut about, let me see.
Do you want to switch over and pull up the IT budget itself on the lines?
It was cut from 291 down to 246, so we actually cut basically what County Council said earlier, $50,000 out of this budget, and have saved that in our general fund already. And I think IT department is extremely important to the county and to our function to do our jobs. Therefore, I don't really recommend cutting it drastically and then have to try to somehow get it back in the budget in the future years.
Mr. Huxley?
I totally disagree for the following reason.
And disagree with?
With Louise on this, because this has evolved over the last 9 months in interfacing with Coos Curry Electric. And the fact that we cut 50 was because we went a different direction. We went outside the box, we did some things, and we built a better mousetrap, basically, in that department. And it was a lot of that sort of foresight that ultimately has saved, where we can say safely that we'll save $50,000. This in interfacing with Coos Curry Electric as the subcontractor, the interim and then the permanent subcontractor, then from that evolved a 5-year plan. Had we not talked about this and had the time to talk about it, we wouldn't have this until next year. And because we postponed it for a year, would not have made the first year $150,000 or $200,000. That's where the logic doesn't work. But we have something now in place, and it's doable. And to say that we would have to do that next year, I absolutely disagree. If we postpone and do what we've done in certain pieces of this by departments now, it's not going to make it double or 50% or 100% more in the line item for the following.
If I can, the 5-year plan is much of it is a risk assessment. Coos Curry Electric is going to be here to support you whether or not you buy new computers. You can start it at any point in time. You can start it 3 years from now. It makes no difference. But you have to understand your risk is much higher. Every day that you leave older equipment on the floor and in use, it's tick-tock. So it could crash. You could come in one morning and it doesn't work, like we saw with the switches, and then there's an emergency. And with that brings downtime, maybe lost revenue, what have you. That's all this is. From what you had stated, what can you kill? Desktop and laptop replacements are not critical. They're a recommendation. Network refresh, I would say, is pretty critical. It's also a recommendation, but if I had to pick something that's very necessary, that's it. Your server carry forward, again, that's a forward plan. That's to replace. We're trying to be very proactive in planning for you, to help you plan, to say, okay, your server's going to be end of life in X amount of years. Let's start budgeting and carry that forward so when that day comes, you have the money. That you don't have to start. You're in a good spot with your equipment, so that $5,500 can come right out. Your Barracuda email services is necessary. That's licensing and maintenance for services that are critical. Those are email spam filters, virus filters. Network maintenance, That's extremely necessary. That's your network monitoring and the next day replacement on a lot of your Cisco gear. So is the Cisco equipment warranty. That's our level 2 support. Firewall monitoring is at 0 cost this year. Microsoft licensing, 0 cost. Those we projected out after you started replacing machines. So you can still utilize your old versions. Again, there's a risk. Microsoft shuts something down or there's incompatibility. We have to react. So Adobe licensing, same thing. Non-capital hardware accessory items, again, that you can cut. I wouldn't zero it. Those are for some of the little adapters, some of the little gotchas that maybe we order a new equipment and go, oh wait, we didn't think about this. We need this special piece or cable or what have you. I would at least keep some money in there. Recommended software contingency, again, same kind of thing. Those are for gotchas. You could tear that down quite a bit. It's just going to leave you being more reactive in those cases. So I think that would cut you down quite a bit.
Carl, can you?
I quickly tried to do the math, and I think that with a little bit of slush in there for laptops and stuff, if we had that total budget among the different at $60,000 for this coming year, we would cover everything Mr. Springer has recommended that we definitely keep in that budget. And we would therefore reduce the draw on the general fund by $50,000 compared to what was proposed in the budget. And
It's not just general fund, only 40% of that is general fund.
where's the rest coming from?
From all the other departments, funds outside of the general fund.
But their money comes from the general fund, most of it, some of it at least.
No, those are self-supported funds outside the general fund. The general fund has a lot of departments in it, but the road fund's outside the general fund, and all the other ones that administrative services are spread to are outside the general fund.
So if we reduce that budget by $60,000,
40% will affect the general fund.
because you're
The
not
spread.
charging the other departments that money.
If we look at this, you want me to bring up the spread again?
Excuse me.
If I can add to this, but that may be correct to say that only the general fund, but the biggest contributor, correct me if I'm wrong, on the intergovernmental deeds, this is administrative. This is an administrative department just like finance is. So it's coming, the funds are coming from these allocations from the various departments and to support that. Probably the lion's share of support for this would be, I'm going to guess, would be the road department. So in one respect, it does affect the road department instead of the general fund.
In general, the cuts to administrative services affect the general fund around 40%, road department about 40%, and all other funds outside of the general fund by the other 20%.
So reducing this by $50,000 reduces the general fund by $20,000.
That's correct.
I still think we ought to do it.
And it reduces the road department by
$20,000.
$20,000.
I think that's well worth doing. You know, for the captain's edification, I don't know if he was there when Mr. Springer, your servers and routers are scheduled for the following year. So this isn't impacting the sheriff's department negatively at all to postpone doing some of this work.
Okay, I just want to make the comment that status quo on this IT budget was that there was payroll and there was a materials and services budget. The payroll was $174,000, and the materials and services was $116,000. And that includes paying for all the telephones in the county, replacing repairs and maintenance of equipment, and the software, $30,000 software, $36,000 maintenance of equipment. And if we go to status quo and say, okay, the payroll has been replaced with this contract, and take that out of this budget, what we're budgeting is, instead of 116, we're budgeting 100,000 for the same types of services, only it has a plan, and this is the plan to do those services, not just budgeting and saying, we have a budget to do certain things. This is the budget to do these particular things. So it's cutting our IT services when you say that you're cutting these things, but this is the plan, where before there was just the budget with no plan. But it's the same budget to continue our IT services.
May I respond to that?
Yes, and then...
You know, I look at the last year, this year's budget has for materials and services $116,336. And down below for capital outlay, nothing. The proposed budget that includes the $100,000 for this plan has materials and services at $213,654, and then down below a capital outlay of $32,694. So I think this 5-year plan increases the IT. And if we had all the money in the world, I'd be jumping up and down for joy that we're doing this, because this is the way you run a business, and this is the way you run the IT department of a business.
But 120,000 of that increase that you're saying in materials and services is taking out of payroll and putting it into a contract.
I think we need to
if you take
cut
that
this
out, you're actually $98,000.
I don't want to cut a person sound. I don't want to cut a position out of a department. I don't want to run the risk of losing matching grants. I'd rather run the risk of a piece of equipment failing in the next 12 months than doing that. And I think we ought to reduce this to the extent that Mr. Springer thinks we can without running extreme risks, and then move on.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we started the IT budget discussion, I think, on Monday, it was Tuesday. And I wouldn't want the budget committee to look at the personal services contract or professional services of $120,000 and change that. I think the areas to look at for changes are, I think there was a $30-something thousand item and a $20-something thousand item, and Louise Kallstrom had shown her worksheet where those came from. They came from this exhibit and her grouping of some items into those categories, and then she reflected that from this proposed 5-year plan. I believe, Louise, didn't you say you even reduced? You've already done some of what the budget committee is talking about doing. Is that correct? Okay.
I did.
So you might need to kind of summarize, and it sounds like the budget committee would just like to, some members of the budget committee would just like to take that further, and I think you would just need to show them where on your line item budgets those numbers are and what further they could cut.
Okay, so I want to get it straight. First, we do want to keep the network refreshed, which is $27,194. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The next thing that was mentioned was keeping about $5,000 for non-capital hardware. Is that still in?
I dealt with that later in the process. I then added the $2,080 for the email service software.
Okay.
I added the $21,828 for network maintenance. I added the $5,200 for Cisco equipment warranty, which is mandatory. That got me up to $56,202, and I rounded up to $6,000 to have the money for the software contingency, and the laptops and desktops. It's not $5,000, it's $4,000, $3,800, but I thought that was a number we could live with, because everything's not going to fail at once. Something's going to fail.
Okay, so you
Not
rounded up to a total of 60? I don't think it's
I
real
I
work,
say
sorry.
we leave, of this, we leave in 60,000.
Okay.
Dr. Huddle, did you have a comment?
No, but I think you should be identifying on the line items on the budget where those numbers go.
Correct.
And I think they come out of two categories. And then I don't know how the committee wants to talk about the capital part that didn't exist before as well. And if you want to look at that either.
Just a reminder that I think, have some obligation to meet with our road guy at 2 o'clock.
Well, I think that with what you just said, what I have is, I mean, I can fix the category line items by knowing exactly which ones we're keeping. So we're keeping the 27,194, 2,080, 21,828, 5,200, and to round up to 60,000, another 3,798, which I would just keep in the non-capital equipment.
Yeah, I think that would work for me.
Commissioner.
I have a question. Let's go back to the network maintenance. What was that? What was that again?
The network maintenance is...
Was that through that company that...
That is the development group. What that is all of your monitoring and replacement.
What did we just do with
That's
them?
what that is. It's that monthly maintenance.
But did we not make a commitment for...
We did.
For not just 1 month?
Right. That's what that covers. That covers the monthly...
But that's already been paid.
It's the same every year.
Didn't we just do that?
We couldn't pay forward. It's a monthly. They don't support paying forward because as your needs change, your pricing will change. So if we add a whole nother building, obviously the price. And if you cut another building and your equipment goes to next to nothing, then your price goes down. So they didn't have a model for that. So that's what that covers. And that is your monitoring. It includes
I knew with that. I thought that we had budgeted for that. Well, in a sense we did, but we were looking at it in this year.
A lot of those tasks are extra critical when you're at a higher risk, as you are now, because you really want someone to give you a heads up when something comes in because your equipment's not doing it for you.
And so that one and the Cisco one are kind of contracts that we need to continue every year.
Correct. The network maintenance covers 90% of your equipment. The 5,200 is for some of the more critical, the firewall, and that gives you the next business day or 4-hour response on some of the stuff to where you minimize your downtime greater than a few days.
Okay.
Okay, we're 5 minutes away from our 2 o'clock.
I think I have everything. If that's what what the committee wants to do, I have everything to make that change.
Does everybody understand and is ready to move on this? Do you have any comments?
Just a question. I think there was the long-term capital reserve account. Is anything on this exhibit impact? I think there's on the budget for the. Carl King mentioned it was 0 before. Now it's. Did anything on this exhibit touch on that? And if not, is that another thing for the budget committee to look at?
That is what's in the 32,694 in there. What is in there is the 27,194 and the 5,500 server carry forward, which both are on this list. So that number will stay.
Okay.
32,694.
Good. Thanks.
And then these other ones. So we're not going to do the software at all. Barracuda email.
Yeah, the Barracuda email stays.
Okay, so.
It's the 2080.
Okay, yeah. 2080.
We're not doing the software.
Okay. So that software, computer software PC number will change from 808, which was an error, to 2080. And the small equipment will change from 32,198 to 3,798. And repair and maintenance of equipment. I believe both of those are on the list, so that one will stay. The telephone has to stay.
Yes.
So, so basically, yeah, because what that will do overall, I believe, is the $100,000 was just these items. So yeah, I should be able to do 40 and keep 60. I will bring back to you tomorrow the list, this, like I showed you in the DA's office, I'll show you this one again with the new numbers. So if you want to wait till you vote on it, till I get that.
Yes, let's do that.
Can we do that? Okay.
Thank you. This is difficult to work through this. Appreciate everybody's help. Can we leave this topic now and go to our roll call? Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Dan.
you, Dan.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. I'm downstairs if you need me. Okay. Thank you. Okay. When's the next one? No, I'm not sure.
So really, Louise, we're trying to affect the road fund, so we could use 80%.
Is he ready for us?
Yeah.
What we're talking about, right? I don't know. Because 40 comes out of road fund, 40 comes out of general fund. So we're really affecting him by 80%. 40, and then another 40 that we're not going to take out of the road fund.
You don't have a capital?
What's in the general fund is the road capital fund, not the road fund.
No, I
Yeah, but the road fund pays most of our administrative expenses, right?
There's no administrative cost in
Okay.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates.
Got one commissioner meeting. We'll be back in a moment, so let's wait.
What page do we start on?
70.
The way our schedule is listed is the way they're going to be talked about. So those.
Road department has a lot of funds.
So
Funds. And you have a lot of fun too.
So it looks like it goes 70, 75, and 79 is what I'm showing for the first one. Is that spread out over more than one fund, your first one?
No,
Road fund is the right one. 70 through 74. page 71 through 74, and then roadside improvement, and then bike and footpath is skipped down a little bit, and then towers, which is skipped down quite a bit more, and general services, vehicle replacement, road capital improvement, and if I can go over here. Go over. Equipment, self-insurance, and road equipment self-insurance. So those are all the funds that Roadmaster is master of.
So about page 70 to 80, looks like.
Well, some of them are way down in the budget too, so they're not all in order in this budget. I
So
didn't
that's
build a
on the
budget.
first topic, right? That's just on the topic identified as.
Yeah, all of the funds that Roadmaster is in are kind of spread throughout this second part of the budget. And the first one is Fund 115, Road Fund.
Okay, Doug Robbins with the Road Department. Real quickly, do you need a copy of the capital outlay projects that we're due for?
You gave me that 5-year plan.
I think that you also need a copy of this year.
Right. That's a statutory requirement.
So this is a copy of that. This is what I handed in, I believe, last year. Here it is.
Okay.
So it explains, or just names the project and who whether it's a contract or self-performed and dollars.
Okay, and it's part of these numbers?
It's in the capital outlay, but it's not broken out.
Do I have to break that out? Is that required?
No,
okay.
not on here.
Okay, I just don't know. Okay. I'll put this in the file.
I was just going to say file it.
Okay, so we're starting with the road department fund, and
okay.
The road department consists quickly. Kind of lays it out up there, but it consists of the road manager, myself, staff. We've got 3 engineer tags, maintenance foreman, mechanics in the shop, road crew, shop foreman, a couple clerical workers in the office. So we really have 19 now, let's call it. And department takes care of the road system. We work on design and engineering of the road and take care of striping, signage, vegetation control, drainage control, of course all storm related things, and the list goes on. Okay. So starting with our resources, top line is Forest Service, $34,500. These numbers are usually high. I think came in considerably less than that this year. Our share of the motor vehicle tax, 1.625. That's projected for this year. That usually comes in less than that also. Usually around 2.5% less, but I have kind of accounted for that. On the next line, you see the STP fund exchange. That is from ODOT. That's a ballpark number. It usually runs between 250,000 and 280,000. And that is a fund that we only get after we do contract work. We pay for the work, pay the contractor. We get reimbursed by ODOT, so that's not just cash handed over. That's only can be used for projects that we pay for, contractors. Shop revenue is just from it's reimbursement. That's for us working on school buses, ODOT's equipment, fire department, some of the rural fire departments, and that kind of stuff. So that's, we pay it out, and that's where it comes back in. Down at 5 footpath, $7,500. Bike and footpath gets 1% this year motor vehicle tax. So when you get to the bike and footpath, we should see about $16,250 or something going there. The $700 or $7,500 is coming from that account to reimburse for some striping and stuff we're going to be doing on bike lanes and things coming here. Towers, $95, that's reimbursement for work that we go do up there and take care of the site. General service is same thing. We do several things in there that we work on the equipment and several different agencies, and that's for our service and parts and all that. So it's a reimbursement again. We pay it out, it comes back in. And this year is the first year, it's definitely the biggest year that we're taking close to $3 million out of the rural capital fund to be able to keep up with what we're doing.
Which line is that?
That is line number 22, I believe, road capital improvement. Below that, sales of vehicles, that fluctuates every year. That's just the sale of some of our used vehicles. We don't sell to many of our partners for quite some time. We held on to everything. We've got the restricted fund balance. Non-spendable.
All right, can we, if it's okay, let's just stop and deal with resources first before we move on to expenses. Commissioner Huxley?
Doug, the reason, I assume it's because of line 22, but the reason that the restricted fund balance dropped significantly when compared to previous years? Is that correct?
Due to the loss of FRS and other funds.
Okay.
When we say restricted fund balance, would you define that? What's the parameters of restricted? How do you see that money?
It's a carryover.
Yeah, that's
It's the carryover in the fund from the year before of non-spent money. So because this is a restricted fund, it's outside the general fund, it has restricted revenues in it. It carries over. Restricted fund balance means beginning fund balance, and it's a restricted fund.
And it's restricted to a particular use?
This fund, yes.
Just to that?
The fund, the use in this fund, yes. That's why it's fund by itself, because its revenues need to carry over into the fund again. It can't be in the general fund because those revenues carry over for all of the departments within the general fund. But when a fund stands alone, it keeps its own carryover balance within its fund.
Questions on sources? I've got some questions that maybe we'll get out to kind of paint a picture of the condition you're in. I'm looking at second preceding year on line 1, first preceding year, and then the drop to this year. Can you talk to that, please?
You're talking about on the road capital improvement line?
No,
He's talking about the forest fees.
Line number 1. It's
line number
titled
1. Yeah.
Fed Forest.
Yeah. So, in 15, I mean, if you went back a few more years, that preceding years, 3-4 years before that, you would see $2 to $3 million on that one. I mean, I see back where it was up to about $3.5 million. So that decline has been every year. And last year was the last year of the SRS fund.
114 days.
That completely went away. So now You see why we're pulling so much out of the road reserve.
So in the public discourse of road fund, and whether you guys are spending more than you're taking in or whatever comes up, we can tie that back to this change in this amount in this fund.
Right.
So you've gone from 3 million to 100,000.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
That's a chunk of change.
Would you tell me, I'm looking at line 7.
Yes.
The second previous year, 2 million. This year, this current year, fiscal year, 1.3, and it's 0. How does that?
Those are bridges. Those are bridges that were funded, federally funded, which we end up paying a match. So the 1,350,000, we paid approximately $135,000 match to have a bridge replaced that got into a bridge program.
And those matching funds come from where? Let's say mid-year, you have to put up a bridge.
You'll see the line item down below from last year, and the expenses, that's where it came from.
And so that account has to carry a balance should this situation come up again.
Yeah, if we don't have that match money, then we can't have a bridge replaced.
I think you talked to this, and I'd like to have you repeat it. Line 22, that was a capital improvement, the road capital improvement.
Correct.
Second previous year, first previous year, nothing budgeted this year, 650, and last year, and then this year, 2.8.
Yeah. So I think never before the department money for that.
So that's from your own?
That's from the road reserve. The only money that's come out of there was the sheriff prior to that.
That fund total is what? When you say it's taken from there, I would like to track where that came from, what's remaining, where, how it got there.
From the road reserve fund, where it came from. And that's one of the funds that we'll be covering today.
220. It's Fund 224. It's on page 164. If you want me to flip down to that.
No, I can wait.
Okay.
You answered my question. Okay, you've done exactly what I wanted. Any other questions? Yeah,
just interest revenue. Would that not be on this primary ledger?
I think you're talking about, no, that's for the road reserve, I believe, that you're talking about.
Or any, yeah.
And that would be in the road reserve fund.
Thank you.
When people say road funds, they're really saying the road reserve fund, not this fund. This is the road operating fund.
And the road reserve fund is that one you referred to?
224, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to need that constant reminder.
It does get confusing.
Carl?
Just the $60,000 shop revenue, that includes the work you do for the special districts?
It does, yes. School district, ODOT, Gold Beach, fire, police, Port Orford. We got 13, I think, different agencies we have bring stuff in.
So you repair trucks and stuff?
Yeah, for local agencies. So it supplements our shop quite well, and about 15 to 20% of our mechanics in there, their time goes to other agencies, so they don't actually come out of the road department.
So are you better, I'm just asking this for our fire department, are you better priced than, say, Bernie Bishop or?
Oh, absolutely.
No.
Commissioner Gold, our water district just did an intergovernment agreement this year for the first time, I think, but I know our fire department's done it for many years. It is a great example of how two government agencies can work together.
That's wonderful.
And save money, because it saves us money and it keeps his staff busy when they'd have idle time.
Okay.
You find a comment on that. Because government agencies cannot compete with established businesses in doing a service like this, I believe that the 60,000 isn't making money for the county. It is recovering costs only. If we made money, we'd be competing with businesses, and we're not allowed to do that.
Commissioner Boyce?
Well, I just wondered if it's all of the district's equipment, or they just bring you at random, or how do they schedule that in?
Most of the districts bring us everything they have. I think the city of Brookings is just equipment, not vehicles. So it can be everything. It just depends on what we set up the IGA.
So they transport it to Gold Beach from Brookings?
Yeah. So we try to, if they were going to send equipment up, we would try to say, we're going to have a lowboy down there in the next couple of days. Let's do it and work together so it's the least cost. We're not going to run down there just to grab it and come back.
So do they set up contracts ahead of time, or?
Yeah, we have an IGA for all of them. They've all in front of the board.
You've approved those, I think.
I don't know. No. Commissioner Gold.
Not have.
Maybe she might not have yet.
Other questions on?
I know you did. I knew you did that work. I just didn't know it was that extensive in all the districts. So yeah, I was in the thanks. Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay.
You may have another customer, so.
Where are we now? Are we on expenses or?
We're on personal services, which.
Personnel and services.
Services you can. Not much to say there. Just
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
By the way, this will be line 40 will be half of that when I finish the capital projects one, because apparently what got put into there is both halves of the 0.75. So half of that will be taken out when I do that journal entry I'm kind of working on. I worked on this morning. So.
Back to line.
Oh, Commissioner Boyce.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just curious what your unemployment rate is. Do you?
Unemployment, we're self-insured for unemployment, so it's kind of an implied rate to keep the reserve at a decent.
Not a different percentage for the road department? Or it's all in one?
Unemployment is not your workers' comp has different rates for the road department because that's based on industry rate.
And so does unemployment.
Unemployment is not. We're self-insured.
Excuse me.
Okay, so we're self-insured on unemployment. So if somebody goes on unemployment, we're paying for their unemployment out of this reserve. The rate that we're putting into I call it an implied rate. It's just the amount that we need to continue the reserve. It's not based on anything but keeping that reserve to a certain level. It's not based on anybody's industry. Workers' comp, if you look up here, their workers' comp is $44,000. That's very high because these workers have a very high industry rate because of the potential for accidents in the field that they work in. A desk person, somebody who's sitting at a desk has a much lower workers' comp rate.
No, I understand that. Just on I'm sure we have the best rate on the unemployment, and that's if there isn't a lot of turnover. Obviously, you
yeah, the rate is is the same all over the county, 0.75. It's not. We're not charging more for one department because they have higher turnover than another department.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I think you covered that a little bit the other day.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to move on?
Other questions on expenses?
Yes.
The travel, assigned vehicles, mileage allowance, and travel transportation is almost $8,000. Could you just let us know who's traveling where and why?
Yeah, so training and education, you started there. That's where we're starting the period of service here.
Which line is that?
That's line 1.
So that line is, we of course send folks out for training for road type stuff. We go to ODOT training, some training there, and we do training here locally as much as possible to try to save those costs. I don't know that we've ever used that $3,000 I know of, but we try to keep that to a minimum.
Is this required training?
You know, some of it is.
Operator's license required?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we got an operator's license, we got herbicide license, we've got an engineer that has to go every 2 years to Salem to keep his license up and that type of stuff.
So those are the registration fees?
Which one yet?
Well, the line item 1, the 3,000.
That's usually registration.
And then down below in 27, 28, et cetera, some of those expenses are to get people to those.
Yeah, right, correct. So, yeah, get to a couple conferences a year. I typically go to one. I think I went to 2 last year. Got some of mine, and then it's getting you guys to training, whether it's one of our training every year is in Astoria for the herbicide, and we've got a couple things in Salem that we have to do.
Okay, on that page, any questions?
Just, Mr. Chair, obviously the liability is the big one there, and that's when you're on the roads, you have a lot of additional exposure, I'm sure, with flagmen and signage and, you know, just the times you're in repairs. And just wondering, that's a major
That
amount
was
there, isn't it?
spread by a percentage of...
I'm sorry, I didn't say the line. It's 21.
I believe that our liability insurance is spread in a certain way. And, you know, CENA has that percentage of how our liability is spread. It's one bill, but there's a lot of things in it. So it's spread in a certain way to the departments that, in the way of liability. So it is a high amount, but you're right, they do have a high exposure for liability insurance. And it's not just insurance people from getting hurt, because that's workers' comp insurance, but it's insurance of the county being liable for certain things.
I understand that.
Okay.
I've got a question that you probably, not so much really, probably, just in general. Think about the idea of inflation, which we haven't had. It seems like, other than when I'm looking at insurance values increasing each year, trigger the comment. The fact that our rate is locked in on property taxes, assuming it's an up economy, that's 3%. I'm wondering how we keep up with inflation. Do the grants, that other roughly 2/3 of the budget that comes in, do those increase each year? Are they usually flat? How does this county address that?
I believe, like most grants, it kind of depends. I believe some of them increase a year, but a lot of them don't. Some of the restricted monies that are coming in are based on things like lottery dollars, or, you know, like up above the motor vehicle tax or gas tax. So, I mean, if the economy goes down, people stop driving, so you have less gas tax. So, you know, it's not none of those numbers are really static. But I usually budget for services like this, which insurance, property and liability insurance, they usually increase between 3% and 5% per year, every year. So, yeah, you just absorb those kind of things into your budget. Audit services will increase 3 to 5% per year. If you had legal services outside of your county council, those services for most entities increase their professional fees 3 to 5% per year. But reduce your budget in other ways and keep up with what it costs to do business.
All right.
That's pretty insightful, though.
Well, I like to claim that, but I read the county financial report commissioned by the Commissioner's Department, done somewhere in 2001. And they made a wonderful story for the doom coming at the county back then, in part because that fixed amount of 0.6 roughly stays that way, and inflation outbeats it. Outdoes it. We're hurting because of it.
Well,
We
usually
just don't
there's,
think about it. It doesn't figure in our normal way of seeing.
there's an increase of 3%
There's a 3%.
every year.
There can be.
There can be.
In markets.
And if you have
Is that right? I mean, I'm not trying to correct you. You're right.
and if you have growth in your into your county of people building homes and stuff, then it increases by more than 3% because you have more properties to tax, more improved land to tax. So it depends also on how people are looking at your county and how much they want to come and build houses here too.
Yes, come.
There's a little bit of numbers don't lie, but liars do number. We found, in where I came from, that the tax revenue generated by a single-family home did not cover the cost of educating one child in the public school system.
That's true.
So growth in residential housing is not necessarily a blessing when balancing your budget.
But if you have a lot of old people in the county, they're not sucking off the school system, so just saying.
Okay, I led us astray. I apologize. Let's go back.
I just have one more thing.
Yes.
Workers' comp. I assume we're safe with you as well. I don't know what just happened.
What's your question?
Workers' comp. So do you ever?
Sign language. I was just pointing to the clock.
Okay.
The chair.
This is my last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the assumption that you have pretty low loss with your employees and injuries, do you ever try and negotiate with SAFE on some of your rates and what have you? I mean, I used to be able to do that. I didn't always win, of course, but
That's more up here.
Yeah,
I don't directly.
I think I heard Julie say the other day that our mod rate did go down because of our safety and our, your mod rate is based on how much you use your workers' comp insurance and how many claims that you have and how big those claims are.
So if you have something to brag about, you can just pick up the phone and say, hey, by the way, thank you.
But
it's not negotiable.
So
yes, it is. You can work with them.
You can, but when your mod rate is going down and you're doing a really good job
well, you're
with
shaking
your
head,
safety,
I'm listening
then
here, but thank you.
Then you can then you are saving on your insurance. However, I'm thinking that SAFE is the only operating workers' comp
There's no private
in the
carriers
state of
anymore.
Oregon.
That's correct.
So we really don't have anybody else to go to compete with their price.
I'm not suggesting that.
So,
I went
but
down
they
that road
are
long.
actually very
We are.
Thank you again.
monopoly. Yep.
Sure, we're going to have to. You're going to be able to validate that. We're finished with this page. When we come back, we're going to be on the next page. Is that correct?
Could I point out
Yes.
one? The road department contributes $105,000 to the Board of Commissioners in their office out of the road fund.
That's going to be one of my next discussions.
All right.
So we're going to be on page 72, Mr. Chair, you think? Or 3, excuse me.
73, I believe.
Thank you.
$104,000 to finance.
Okay, let's say at 10-2, let's be seated and ready to go.
Here's the thing that's weird about the road.
Thank you.
They have the only budget
Take a break.
where their material.
Just think about what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities, and the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes. But you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neocani Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There's little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
Meetings.
Yeah, we did.
So.
You did.
The finance department thanks you.
Who's that?
Profusely, the finance department.
Oh.
Dump truck
To the tune of $104,000.
Oh, I know. We're gonna
doesn't need
we gotta have
counsel.
that conversation here pretty soon.
Doesn't need finance.
Well, aren't
Doesn't
you
need
worth
any of
it?
those.
Well, we're back. We're back on.
He doesn't have
Well, yeah, she
come
does,
here to
but-
get equipment.
Yeah, I made
None
dump
of the
trucks
rest
as
of
a
us
board of
go up?
commissioners. and I was
No,
like,
that's not what I'm saying.
Seen it.
We are waiting for Councilor Huddle, and
Tires, gravel.
there's an effort to bring him in. Just kind of a reminder, I believe we're starting on line 1, page 73, still Fund 115.
Yes.
In fact, why don't you go ahead and start? We'll stop. It looks like there's some reason we need.
Okay.
For sure we do.
Well, I think if we just want to look down the list, at least until we get to the administrative fees, anything that you guys would like to discuss, I would certainly entertain that.
How about line 7? How come your non-capital furniture equipment went up?
Good question. So, this year, I budgeted for a couple laptops. We've got a bunch of old equipment, just like uptown here. And the big thing is that we had a welder, one of the welders for our service truck went out.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been without for about 3 or 4 months. And I need to get one, and it's over $7,000.
Okay.
So that's the big part. And then, you know, we've got chainsaw and that kind of stuff in there.
Okay. Well, the
But
laptop.
typically, that's way more than you would typically see it.
Have you talked to IT before you bought those laptops?
They did it all for us.
Perfect.
We went through
Okay.
them, we got everything straight.
Yeah, because we had
yeah.
that discussion with him earlier, and that's
Yeah, but
great
this-
that you're buying your own laptops. Wonderful.
Yeah, well, it took almost 6 weeks, 7 weeks to get that computer
Up and running. huh?
up and running.
Gas-powered welder.
Oh, gas.
It is.
We're on page 73, just skimming through the lines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry I was indisposed.
Now, from this page,
Okay, I know I've heard the story, but on the tower maintenance,
Yeah.
at the bottom of the page, could you just describe that for us?
I'm trying to get it to move.
What line?
It's the last.
Well, it's 34
Black
on.
Mound Maintenance, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the towers, right?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
The bottom five.
Yeah, so these are us paying a portion of basically being in the towers. So when I go through the towers budget, we'll probably get explain that a bunch more, but those are to cover maintenance fees, electricity, fuel, those type of things.
My memory is that there are private companies that contribute to that as well.
We have one, AT&T, everybody else is an agency.
And again, my memory is that what we were charging others to have access to the towers didn't include any funds for replacement of them, and they're getting pretty old.
Very little, yeah. I do want to have that discussion, and that's part of the towers fund.
Okay, I have a question, I'm sorry. All right, line 28, finance. That's an increasing.
That's
Yeah, it's pretty.
Tom, that's something I wanted to discuss. If we were done, if you're done with everything above that, I'd like to have a conversation about that.
Any questions of materials before line 28? Go ahead.
Okay, over to all the administrative costs. So I put together just a little sheet here, if I can hand it out to a few guys. This is just to look back about 6 years. And, the increases where we are, where we're headed, where we may be headed.
Can we put one? You want to put this up on the, see, we have, at least 3 people, 4. Well,
Yeah, I don't know if I can
do
do
that
that.
up on the Elmo, or they got a copy there? Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Great.
So, looking back to 2011, 12, and 2012 and 13, they didn't break out the departments and what they were getting. It was just a lump sum kind of deal that went to the general fund to cover administrative fees, if I see this correctly. And as you can see, year to year, the increases and where we're at today, and the percentage of our budget that administrative costs are, and also an increase over the 6 years. And that is based off of using the 98,000 the first year. That's not using the low number of 79 to get the 347% increase over the 6 years. So I guess I'm trying to get some clarity on why they go up that much, why it's that much over budget. And I would also like to say that the administrative fees at this point is over 40 or over 50% of our overhead for the road department for the year. 50% based on our overhead, not the overhead you're looking at, but it's the things to run the department, the employees. It doesn't include the shop or management. So you'd have to see the list. It's not the whole picture you're looking at here. We have, it's about $815,000. 440 of it now is going to be administrative fees. So
what you're saying is, are you getting value for your money?
well, that's, I think that that's the big question, and I think that's what these things are supposed to be for. You're supposed to get what you pay for, or IDSs are, you pay out what your services you're getting. I can't comment much on them, but you know, I've got 5 months of IT service. They've, out of 5 months, I think 3 months we didn't even talk to them, no phone calls, no interaction. We had 2 months of the 5 where we had 3 phone calls over a little email issue.
Of course, on the IT, you have to remember that we have a contract with them for $120,000 a year, and so
yeah,
whether you use them or not,
you are using it because you are using the server, and
right,
you're using.
I know I don't know the whole picture, but I do understand those parts of it. And for me, when I see a number like that, I think, boy, I could go out and get my own IT service. I could have all our servers, all our equipment down there for the best in the world. And I could have the best internet service and everything for a price like that. In fact, probably for less than half, I could get set up and be very minimal from that time on. So I see, you know, you guys are trying to cut costs up here. I try to do that as well in my department all the time, and this doesn't help me out. And every time I say save some money somewhere, it seems like it goes somewhere else, to a place like this or another department.
Sam Skeppel?
Oh, yeah. I just had a note on this. That IGS is formulated on a percentage of total budget, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And, you know, the roads in a kind of an interesting spot because I think they're the only department. If they're not the only department, they're the one with the most significant magnitude.
Outside of the general fund.
Materials and services is higher than personnel services. You know, 1.5 for personnel and $2 million for materials. And, you know, it's not the materials that are generating the need for the intergovernmental the services of those that are listed. Mm-hmm. And, you know, you're paying for them anyway.
Yeah.
That ought to be looked at. But the bottom line is that, you know, of course, that drives the 2.8 that you had to take out of the reserve. You would have to take less of that out.
Mm-hmm.
Because other things weren't there. So, you know, in effect, it's just another extension of all it really is just another way at the road funds, or the capital reserve funds. But the truth would be, really, I mean, I've always had heartburn with it, but because it kind of makes it lucky. But ultimately, it would turn, if that 440 wasn't there, we probably would just end up taking it out of your road fund directly anyway.
I know that, so it's one way or the other. I think that's part of my point.
Yeah. It's
called smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
I've had many conversations with Doug. I've had many conversations on this with Louise, and the road department has been the example, the textbook example of a department that doesn't get the bang for the buck. They don't get the service for the formulas that exist. Now, to Sam's comment, you know, probably take it out anyway. That ultimately, because of the way it's set up, and this came more from Louise, it wouldn't so much necessarily come out of the road. Put aside that they use road funds and put that out of the equation. It would just come out of the other. If the formula was changed to charge for services, it would come out of the various departments using the general fund.
Which would still pressurize the road fund.
Is that right?
Yeah.
We could argue that one, you know, a lot for no, it's not right, but it's.
Well, I believe the way that it was set up before, and the way that I'm used to seeing it, is admin funds are in the general fund. And according to this, admin funds were in the general fund in these 2 years, and that's what they were charged for admin fees to support the general fund. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the formula was for those 2 years where they took out the 98 and the 79,000, but how they calculate how much came out of the road fund, but to me, it would have been a percentage of something, I'm sure. But the decision was made in 13-14 to move admin fees out of the general fund and then charge everybody in the way that we're doing now. I believe that the Commissioners Fund and the BOC was one fund within the general fund for that first year, and in 14-15 they split the BOC office and the commissioners into two funds. One is the Fund 111 Commissioners, and the BOC is in the admin fees with all the rest of the admin services. So, I don't know what the answer is either, because overhead is overhead, and it costs the county to run the county with a finance department, payroll services, county council.
Just to that point, so those two funds, the commissioners and the other, they each contribute to they're just the recipients. They don't contribute anything. They're the recipients of this.
Yes, there is commissioners, BOC office, finance, payroll and HR, county council, and IT services. Those are all the admin services that are charged percentage-wise to all the departments. And then on the other side is occupancy, which is is spread by the use of space within the county. The road department takes care of their own buildings, so they're not part of occupancy rates.
Yeah, I was just bringing up the material and services thing, because, for example, a welder probably isn't going to use too much of the council's time, But like I said, it's just it's hard to look at, but it wouldn't really change the end game.
I think it's important to note that right now we are able to take money from the road fund just for the sheriffs, and it looks to me like this is kind of a end run to be able to take money out of the road fund without the law that's presently in place.
Well, I think you would still be taking money out for admin services. I just don't know at what percentage that you would be taking out, because there are services provided to the road department. My accounts payable clerk runs all their bills, writes all the checks. We pay everybody out of our payroll. We have HR for all their personnel. Finance department talks to the road department and helps them with their budget.
Right. The law allows you to
we do have
pay administrative costs with road funds.
So I just don't know what that what I'm looking at. I mean, I hear what the percentage that you're showing. I mean, you're showing the same percentages I'm showing on my calculations, which is, I think, like even the most typical industries show 5 to 10% admin costs.
So they're at 6.85.
I know that schools show a 8 to 10% admin costs. That's all your principals and your superintendent and the finance office and stuff. So the 352 was 4.7% admin costs or overhead cost of admin fees spread to the road fund, and this year it's 6.85. If I saw that number above 10%, I'd be saying you can't do that. But it's still below like a kind of an industry average. Even though you have your own overhead, I'm looking at the county overhead that is spread to your department, and I'm looking at the 6.8%.
Yeah, that would be what's going to be a question of mine, is what would be you would see in other counties or departments, or
I don't know
other departments.
I don't know what other counties do at all. I don't even know if they do their admin fees this way. I haven't. This was set up it looks like about 5 years ago now, and I just don't know all the conversations and the background of that decision. I suppose if you wanted to look at this, somebody should start surveying other counties and see how they care for their admin costs and see if this is a good system or not. I just don't know.
I guess the hard thing for you to look at is the dollar amounts, not necessarily the percent, but the dollar.
Yeah.
The dollar amounts are hard
Yeah, it
to
really
look
is.
at.
That's it.
If I were looking at this and I were in your shoes, I'd say the same thing.
I would
Big
too.
time.
I would say if I was running a business and my people were doing work for me at that price and it escalating like that, I would be looking for somebody else.
Exactly.
But if you were a company and you were doing business in the corporate office and spreading their admin costs to your department, it would probably look a lot like this.
It may. But
I guess, unfortunately, you've got so much money tucked away. Oh, I didn't do my hand. I'm sorry. You've got so much money tucked away that you're penalized. What can I say?
Yeah, you are.
doesn't seem right, does it?
All right, is there anything else we want to, does anybody see that we're going to make any changes in this system right now? Commissioner Morse.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Klamath County has about 90 million, and I think they're experiencing some of the same issues, but they've been well managed, like Curry County. Yeah, that's approaching $500,000, and I can see the anxiety that is giving you and understand. You must feel like the assessor of the taxing districts, only you're not mandated. So,
yeah.
You know, it's, I mean, I'm looking for a positive part of this between finance and payroll. You mentioned IT. I wonder if you could do your own payroll and
Absolutely.
finance for
Yeah.
140,000
Yeah, I think
a
we
year.
could do that.
You know, I mean, I'm not suggesting we go that route, but I'm not sure what the answer is. And then you go down the list, not looking too good for county council or the Bach office. It's 115,000 combined, the commissioner's fund. I agree with you, Mr. Chair, that this is not something we're going to solve today, but
We are solving.
do we have
some of
even
that
an approach to an
info
answer or any potential solution?
Well, I see Councilor Huddle has made a note for himself about something. Perhaps this is it.
He's afraid that they're going to take over and do their own legal stuff.
Well, we could do that too, sorry to say, but I think there's a few things we could.
All right, well,
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir, is this something that we're going to stick with and change those figures?
I don't think that in the budget committee would make a decision about how that is spread. I think it is the commissioner's job to look into how we're doing our admin services, how we're spreading our admin services. And I don't think it's a quick decision. I think it needs to be, I think somebody really needs to be talking to all the other counties in the state of Oregon and see how they do their admin services. Are they all in their general fund? And if they're charging other funds, what kind of percentage and what are they basing that on? Or are they outside the general fund like this? My understanding is that this came from, this system came from another county doing this.
I just want to point out that some of this money is going to go away today if we cut back on some of the things. Actually, 40% of whatever our cutbacks are, correct me if I'm wrong,
Yes.
Louise,
40%.
are going to go back to you, and you can be smiling a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Did Council Huddle have something to offer? Okay, thank you.
I just want to point out that I do some things with the road department. One is every year I get a no spray sign under a contract with the road department that obligates me to maintain the side of the road vegetation that saves the road department on its weed control chemicals. And I no longer, under Mr. Robbins, have to do that every year. He doesn't have to mail out my application and mail back the permit to me.
There's a buck.
We can do, no, it's more than that. It's in an 8.5 by 11 envelope. We do it every 2 years now. So he's actually looked at, it's a small dollar amount, but to me it shows what a good department head is doing. He's looking at a way to save money it saves postage, it saves chemicals, because it encourages more of us to do that, and it saves staff time.
So you're saying that's a policy decision?
Well, I don't know. I would ask on council, but I would believe
So, right, the notes I was writing was, how do the other counties do it? And then where I came from, we had a similar system, but we were supposed to, as staff, report to our central finance, and our finance figured it all out. And then they even brought in an outside consultant to do, they called it, again, indirect cost allocation. We call it intergovernmental service account. There's different names for it. So there's firms that specialize in calculating this stuff. But, right, just to have it based on the percentage of your budget seems, I mean, I guess it's one rational approach, but I don't know if it's the most accurate. So
I don't think it's rational because of the size of the budget.
Other comments?
They're just so out of whack.
Yes.
Just back to square one. We need revenue for this county. We need resources badly. And I just want to, I think it bears repeating that I'm on record that I've challenged the board to consider other sources of revenue, in particular sales tax, and I've needed help on that. And I've asked for the research only, not support for that. And yeah, I've not got that help. And
Any other comments?
Yeah.
All right. Let's, if it's okay, then we're going to go to page 74. And go down that.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank everybody for going through that process. I think I got what I wanted. I was hoping that you guys would take a chance to look into that, what other counties do, and consider it.
I would highly recommend it. I would have actually, if I was going to be here, I think that would have been, I feel so bad about saying these things. It would have been one of my projects for next year, is to look into what counties are doing with this, because I don't think it's quite right either. But it is a system we're doing right now, and I don't think I can change it within the next 3 days.
That we don't want the accountant to feel bad, so I suggest that we direct her to not do it next week, but the week after.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Can we take a vote?
Okay, page 74.
Okay.
They're not even
There are
taking
some
them seriously.
changes there. Maybe you want to speak to those?
Yeah, let me take a quick look at what we're... So one of them may be the bridge improvements again. Is that what you were looking at?
I was looking at that in the line below it. Bridge improvement
Yeah.
certainly is.
So the 1.35 again was that bridge that we saw up above from last year, and so you're not seeing it this year. That's a done project, and that goes into, I guess, one of our inventory of bridges.
And wasn't that mostly federally funded, as you?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's about 93%.
Okay.
No, excuse me, 89.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
She didn't raise her hand. Well, to the point, if we, and here's a good example on the adopted budget on the total capital outlay for this current fiscal year. And it directly relates back to the amount that and I've talked to Doug, or certainly to Louise on this, is that is part of his budget. That's part of the road fund's budget for that year. And the higher their budget is for operations, the higher, there may not be the percent may not change, but at the higher those intergovernmental services is going to be. And if that was $1 million higher just for the year over year, went from 1.47 to 2.6. Well, take 6% of $1.2 million.
Yeah, we shouldn't even show
80,000 more for doing, that's the reward for doing the projects in a sense, but something to really look at budget-wise. I mean, that's a huge number.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good point. And so when we throw a bridge in there that's not coming out of our pocket, we're paying administrative fees for it.
Yeah. All right, well, at least in my mind, there's a direction to that, solving that problem.
Okay.
Satisfied.
Okay, so the bridge, the next line item down, capital outlay, road improvements. That's for paving, a chip seal project. And
do you have a little bit more in there? Because I think this adds up to 710,000 and you have 825.
yeah, from the time I gave you that.
You told me.
Yeah,
that another.
We're not going to pave a couple small roads due to, some things being farther away from the other project.
Okay.
So, and then the heavy equipment. I don't know if that's one you wanted to talk about too.
Yes, why don't you speak to that?
Okay, so yeah, so our fleet, of course, is fairly old. We don't have a bunch of new equipment. I think our newest excavator is about 6 years, almost 7 years old. And some of the equipment I'm looking to replace is a front end loader and a excavator. The front end loader is a 2000 and the excavator is 1998. We're having plenty of problems with them, and we need to upgrade some equipment while we still have some money.
I neglected to make another compliment to Doug on, and the subject is basically subcontracting or outsourcing, and it had to do with the example you gave me on the chip seal.
Right.
You relay that,
yeah.
It's just big.
So
big dollars.
We in the past have done chip seal outside of, or done it internally, and for a couple different reasons, I put it out for quote. I wanted to get a budget number. I actually just put out for a budget number from contractors, so I could see where it might come in. And so it come in considerably less than what we would do it for at this time with our own forces. So that'd be something that I would do every year on bigger projects like that. Specifically chip seal, because a lot of counties do their own chip sealing, and so I would look at that every year. Paving and other stuff we don't, because we don't have equipment, and typically a job over $125,000 you're supposed to bid it out. But chip seal, we can send in our cost to Bully and everybody and explain how we can compete and we can do chip seal jobs.
Well, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. First, what's chip seal?
Chip seals, you basically, the road like it is now, you put an oil base down. You
grind it off and...
No, this is just put oil over it. It's an emulsion, and then you put chip rock, which is about 1/4 inch to 3/8 inch in size, and you drop it, spread it over the top of this oil, you roll it in, and then you seal the top, and you've got a new wear course, basically about that thick, that will get you anywhere from 10 to 15 more years life out of your road.
Cool.
For about, instead of $160,000 a mile, it's about $25,000 a mile.
I like that. So my second question is on the equipment. I would assume that once you have used your equipment, you sell it.
Correct.
And do you ever buy used equipment from other municipalities?
Well, I just bought a used water truck, which we discussed some time ago. I had it in my budget from last year. I discussed buying used, and I just ordered that the other day.
Okay, so you go online or whatever to find these?
Yeah, search around, and definitely.
Okay, good.
Did you have a comment?
Well, I kind of have a comment because I believe when you buy large things like this heavy equipment, State of Oregon has contracts, and you can piggyback on their contracts, and you get the best price, because they've all been bid. So I know that Roadmaster does use the State of Oregon contract system to shop for, and you can also buy used equipment through the State of Oregon surplus, depending on what they have and what you need.
May I ask a question? I'm looking at the road improvements fund, how that's dropped from the second previous year to what it is now. Are financial constraints cause that, or need cause that?
What line is that?
That's line 4.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
So what I'm trying to do is keep our capital outlay at a certain dollar amount. So say not go over 1.3 million. So I spread, and not buying a lot of heavy equipment in the past. We're gonna in turn buy some equipment and not do as much paving. But I'm gonna pick the road miles up that I'm not paving by chip sealing that same amount of miles that I'm not gonna pave. That what I would pave at $160,000, I'm gonna chip seal them at $25,000. So we might see that in the future for a while I'm trying to upgrade the fleet.
So one of the, we just went over a IT 5-year plan. Doug and I Doug did a lot of work on doing a 5-year plan for himself. I'm very big on proactive rather than reactive expenditures, and the more you can look out into the future on replacements of equipment or vehicles or any kind of machinery, IT machinery, or what he does, or even looking around the county and seeing, prioritizing the projects that need to be done, and having a 5-year plan to get projects done. I think that's important, and I believe Roadmaster thought it was important too, and I do have a 5-year plan from him on his projects and his machinery replacement.
Comments?
I think that's great. Good planning.
So we're finished with Fund 115.
So why are you leaving?
As far as reviewing. Ready to move on? That is, that's page 75, roadside improvement. That's the next one.
This is a small one.
Oh, yeah. So the roadside improvement fund is a fund that
a developer.
Yeah. They put in an existing road. The developer, rather than put the money into developing the road, he put it into a fund. So this fund is specifically for one road. It's called Titus Road. It's in Brookings, and the funds have to be used there. Basically, the only thing you see is some interest in there every year, and until we do some upgrade or any work there, that's not going to be spent.
So, question. He put this money in this fund for tax purposes, or?
For future improvements of the road.
Right, but I'm wondering why he would do that. Maybe just for
You know, I don't know how that was set up. It wasn't done while I was here.
Yeah, it was just
2006.
interesting.
Yeah, we hadn't been touched. I mean, it might be there another 10 or 15 years before anything ever happened.
That could have been a condition on getting an approval.
Oh.
And to when you're giving out approvals for certain projects, if you're the agency giving out those approvals, you try to load up that developer with as much cost that the municipality may incur.
Point of order, you make reasonable
costs, of course. They have to be related to the project. But I assume that's what that was. That was a way of, reducing the cost to the community of maintaining that road, which they didn't have to approve being developed.
Okay. Any action that we want to do? Any questions? Other questions? No action required here at that time. Let's find a number to turn to.
It's page 7980. It's the Bike and Footpath Reserve Fund.
So this bike and footpath represents the 1% of the state highway fund, which is the gas tax that you've seen as a resource in the road budget. So basically we should see about 16,000.
I haven't changed that page yet, but I'm trying to make this okay, that's it.
So there it is. The $16,960 represents 1% of the fuel tax receipt, and it goes into this. And so mostly what we use it for is for striping or any paving in the bike path. We don't really deal with footpaths. So we've moved $7,500 over into the road fund to cover some striping and stuff on a project this year that's going to end up in a bike path.
Well, I'm just making the comment, instead of figuring out those costs in the road fund and journaling them over to here, what they do is they transfer the money out of here to cover the costs over there. So it's basically covering costs of doing the projects for the bike and the bike paths, basically. Yeah.
I have a question with respect to what contributes to the administrative costs that we were talking about. These reserves and so on, they don't amount to those, don't make a difference in that.
No, the administrative cost is based solely on that one fund. Although these also are funds, they don't have payroll. They don't really have a lot of anything going on in them, so they don't get charged administrative fees to these other particular little funds.
So you're letting them off easy?
I let them off easy.
Next.
I'm being nice. Next is the towers. I'm looking for it. Is it 83?
110, I believe.
Oh, 110? I was looking at Cornerstone Preservation.
Yes, 110 is what I have also. But I have capital improvement 162 and 160.
So it's like 86?
Did you miss one?
Capital improvement is later. This is Fund 137, and capital improvement is 224. So.
All right. This fund always had generated a lot of attention. There's something innate to it. It makes it easy to feel offended by something going on there. We talked about it earlier when the costs aren't being met or shared equally and so on. But that's been a long-standing problem.
Yeah.
Is that a policy problem or is that a budget problem?
Well, I think that it's never been set up properly, and I know we went to the other agencies, I believe, to get the right, cover the cost.
Excuse me, could you get closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry.
Pick you up.
I'm trying to.
That's okay.
Maybe I can
They can
move
read
somewhere.
that one over there. So.
Oh.
There you go.
I was out.
And they have they have it in front of them. So.
Okay. So the costs haven't been being covered at a rate, I believe, that you should see for a customer being in a tower site. I've worked pretty extensively on trying to figure this thing out for a while now, and we're well. If I go through the fund, I can kind of talk about that and.
Just go to the operations.
So this fund is for the operations and maintenance, and you can see all our folks, agencies that are in the tower site, and our estimate of what we're going to bring in from each agency. And as you work your way down, you'll see that we have to throw in about $36,000 of title money to cover.
Which is a finite amount. There's a finite amount in Title III, and I can't remember when we discussed it, did we say 2 or 3 more years, and then we won't have those Title III funds anymore?
It seemed like you said we had around 90,000 in that.
And if we're taking
30,000, 36, we're going to be out here in a couple of years, 2-3 years. So that poses a problem. So down below, I guess we could look at the cost.
And this is basically just operations of the towers. It's I don't know how much maintenance is in there, but it's operating the towers, so it's the professional services and electricity and things like that to operate the towers.
So I have a question. The county is totally in charge of maintaining these towers? The other entities are using them?
Correct.
So that's the next one.
So in the past, the maintenance, if you see the pro services by Day Wireless there, that's about $39,000. That's never been captured by any of the customers. The county's always been covering that, and I think that's a big portion of why you're taking title money to try to compensate for shortfall.
How long are the contracts with these people?
I've got one that's 20 years. I'm working with Council Huddle to see if we can do some changes there. We're trying to work on a contract that is based off of the county and not what everybody else has sent us. We're on something that everybody else sent us a contract, and we signed it and said that's good. So we got dates all over the page, and we've got payments coming in all over the page, and it's really kind of messy. So we're trying to get that under control. But so what I've been trying to do is put together some costs. I've worked with ODOT, I've worked with Day Wireless, and working on what other agencies, especially ODOT, because they have tower sites all over the state, and trying to come up with a rate that is common to these type of sites. And so ODOT's done a survey with several different states and our state, and looked at all of these towers and come up with some pricing. And so I've got that pricing from, and I'm trying to work on that, run the numbers with the people we have and the equipment they have in it to see if ODOT's numbers will work for us, since they are a proven, they have backup to those numbers and why they use those numbers. So it's not just throwing a number out there, this is what you should be paying. We have some backup to that.
So when you figure what these entities are supposed to be paying you, is part of that going to be depreciation that you can use later to replace these towers?
So that's another, and that's the next budget, and I'll explain that also to you.
Excuse me. Capacity to stay up with inflation or on the contracts?
Some of them are. There's a 3% increase on quite a few of them yearly, but not all.
Mr. Huxley, do you have any? You've been on the board longer, so you have more of a knowledge and history of how this is. Does this get lost in
I have voiced an opinion, because I've heard it's going to cost so many $1 million to replace these, and with technology, I'm still of the opinion, and I think it should, talking about other areas with ODOT and the technology, I see this going satellite. I do in the not too distant future, and this will all be moot. We'll see. Time will tell. But
one other question. I heard you say that you had some of these contracts were for 20 years, and thinking about technology changes and so forth so rapidly? Do you think that was a wise decision to
I was very surprised to see that one. Most of the other ones are, you'll see like a 10-year contract or 2 5-year contracts with yearly after that. At the end of the second 5-year period, they'll go into 1-year periods until you go back and redo the IGA.
So who set all these contracts up originally?
I couldn't tell you.
Who knows? Huh?
I have a question. Do each of these users have their own equipment on the tower? They don't share equipment with us. And I take it AT&T is using this for cell phone.
Correct.
So they're getting the ability to have cell phones in Agnes and surrounding area.
That's where they're at. Yeah.
That's why they're only in Agnes. They needed to have coverage up there.
Right. So I guess the other thing up there is that the equipment is kind of like the IT was talking about here. The equipment is outdated and a few years from being unsupported. And Commissioner Boyce sat down with me and talked to Day Wireless a while back. I know they've talked to the sheriff and explained that, you know, there's $2.5 million, I believe, of upgrades that need to be done and things like that. So the future is not looking so bright up there.
And we're responsible for this?
Well, it's all the emergency services for the whole county up in those things, and they're the county's
public safety.
Yeah.
So down here is where the sheriff, patrol, emergency services, and 911, and then the road. You have some being able to reach people on back roads or something. Is that what you do? Pay for those office maintenance?
Well, we do actual maintenance at the site.
Oh,
we
okay,
have
that's
to
what yours
spray
says.
and
Okay.
fix fences or whatever.
And then the SAR, Marine Patrol, these people are using the towers for their communications.
Okay.
So they're also paying into the maintenance on.
Just a quick note, something to, correct me if I'm wrong, Roadmaster Robbins, but something that compounds the difficulty is that this is the most geographically mountainous area. The steep up and down breaks that continuity of the transmission. So that's part of the reason we have, isn't it, that we have extra towers in Curry County?
Yeah, that's some of the discussions we had with Day Wireless, and they actually talked about to make it a better system, we probably needed a couple more tower sites.
Yeah.
Okay. That's Fund 1.37. Are there any other questions on that fund?
That's not the end of 137. This is the operations part, and we're going to go to the next page, which is the capital improvement part. This was set up in 2015-16. There was an initial deposit of $3,600, and then there was a budget last year for a bunch of fees to be put into here. And so when we were discussing these two, when Roadmaster and I were discussing this when we were budgeting, we talked quite a bit about how inadequate just putting money into that maintenance fund, and he told me all the things that he was looking at with the prices in the contracts. So what we really looked at this one was what we need to work on first is getting the maintenance stabilized and getting that. But there are some contracts that say part of the fee is for capital improvements. So the fees that are coming over here into the Tower's Capital Fund in this year that are budgeted for are within those contracts that Doug found that say that those will be used for capital improvement. So what we did was we put everything there and then reserved the carryover balance and those fees for future expenditure. But this fund, even though it was established, and budgeted in a kind of a large amount, the reality is there's really not much more than this amount budgeted is actually going to come into this fund. So, you know, the carryover for this year is probably these dollar amounts right here. That's what's required to. We don't really have any way to get any more money into this fund because the other fees are for operations.
So it doesn't reflect the policy.
It does not reflect the contracts. The last year's budget did not reflect the contracts. It was just a bunch of numbers we put there, as far as I could tell. So that's where we're sitting with this one. It was just started, and it's in its baby stage right now. But I believe this needs to be worked on because, like you said, I don't know. Commissioner Huxley said, well, we might not need these if we have satellites, and I don't know, but replacement or major repairs on these, it's not funded right now.
I heard something, if you don't mind, that you all have some kind of new kind of radios, or you have longer, something different. I thought I heard that the towers weren't quite as crucial as they had.
Just, and for the record, I think you need to identify who you're talking to and maybe have them come up and talk.
Yeah.
Yes, Captain.
Captain Espinosa, Sheriff's Office. The towers are critical, and for the reasons stated earlier, the geographics that we have to deal with. They are at a critical stage. There's some belief that they're at an end of life series because you're correct in that the technology is changing. So you go from analog to digital. So there's going to be some big decisions to be made with the use of those. But we'll have those towers for quite some time. It's how you refurbish them. The equipment that's attached to them now is old and aging. So finding parts. You know, they're salvaging other places and trying to find them, so they're at a critical stage. But it's important that we do pay those maintenance fees. So yes.
Okay. We maintain some of the equipment on there as well as the tower?
That's the road department does that, and we're starting to pay into that. Yes.
But AT&T maintains its own equipment. We just have to provide the tower, I would hope. And power to it.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. So the rest of the agencies and stuff, well, I shouldn't say the rest of the agencies. We have a maintenance fund or agreement with Day Wireless to take care of the tower sites for us, maintenance-wise. So if an antenna blows off the tower, they go up and replace it.
Even if it's not a county antenna?
Correct.
If it's a Gold Beach antenna or a Kafka,
yeah, I think they end up taking care of all that. We bill, accordingly.
Do we cover that cost from the
Well,
owner of the antenna that blows off?
No,
or we absorb it under the contract that exists?
Yeah, there's so many different variable things in these things. It's hard to keep up. There's all the contracts, but
Okay, Councilman.
If I could, Roadmaster Robbins, you're taking steps to remedy that, right, and to recapture the costs on all these agreements. Isn't that what we've been working on?
Yeah, that is, and I've worked with Council Huddle quite a bit on this, and these agreements were set up years ago, and they were set up at that time to take some money out of there for capital improvements, and it was never done. They just used that money for the rest of the tower. So once I figured all that out and all the agreements last year, we set this fund up to start capturing that, because it says right in the agreements that this portion of the money goes to capital improvement. So you need to set that aside. So we put that together, which was a long project getting through all that. And Yeah, that's kind of where we're at, and we've also worked with Day Wireless extensively to try to get their costs down for what we pay their management folks. In the past, they've gotten 50% of our rent for the profit customers, not the agencies, but profit customer, which is AT&T basically, and Cooskary has a little bit. So they were getting 50% of the rent. I talked with Council Huddle and said, hey, we write a good letter here and maybe see if we can't get the cost down. And we fired that off, and they come back with an offer and gave us 70%, and they took 30%.
Good.
So that was an extra $4,000 or $5,000 in our pocket.
Is it unreasonable that Title III will come to the rescue if
There's Title III, there's 3 pieces of Title III. One was pre-2008. That one, basically, my understanding, has a lot of leeway in it, but there's only $45,000 left in that fund completely. And we haven't gone over Title III, but Title III after 2008, but before 2011, 12, every time they got money, they said exactly what projects they were going to spend that money on. So you can continue spending that money on those projects until you used up the total amount against that project. The project for towers is now sitting at around $90,000 left, of which 30 is budgeted here. So once you use the other $60,000, there's no Title III money left, because the final Title III is so restricted, basically they can use it for SAR.
So then, yes.
So the goal that we have is, by the time the title money runs out, that we have everybody up to speed and paying what you should be paying to be in one of our towers. And that's why I've worked with ODOT and working on this pricing. I'm working on the agreements and with Council Huddle to change some agreements so that we can capture this cost over the next few years. And I'm getting ready to fire off letters to all our customers up there, or agencies, to make them aware and kind of give them an outlook for the next couple of years, so that we don't just throw the bomb at them all at one time. I want them to understand that we're going to make some steps in the next couple of years.
Comments? Questions?
Just this grant money out there, and that's something, another aspect of the commissioner responsibility. I have people that volunteered to help with those grants, and I just have to have the time to pursue it, and it's sure worth a shot in that. Don't give up. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was unnecessary. I appreciate it.
Well, this is critical.
I don't doubt that.
And I didn't mean to imply that you didn't recognize that. Excuse me.
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you.
Are we through with this?
Yeah. The next,
Ready to move on? Yes.
the next one is General Fund.
Okay.
Services, General Services Fund. It's
114.
It's page 160.
Oh, maybe I can't see. I'm looking.
We're on page 114, but we're going to go to page 160.
Oh, okay. It's easier for us to find it than you.
I know, because I have to scroll down. I can't go. I could get up and try to tear my mic off and go put the number in the computer.
What was the number again? I'm sorry.
It's page 160.
Thank you. I was practically there.
Almost there.
Mr. Robbins, while we're looking here, I think the Day Wireless representatives, they mentioned, or you or I no, I think it was I that asked, because it's probably not the smartest question anyway, there's any way we'd ever in the future be able to combine a couple of these towers, and I think their answer was no. Is that a correct recollection?
Yeah, I think that was the deal.
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, So the general service fund is for expenditures and costs for insurance, fuel, maintenance, and repair of the general fund vehicles. So that basically covers everybody but the road department. The client's fees up above come in from, are calculated off mileage rate. We get our revenue from that. All the departments send in their mileage every month to us, and we do some calculations, and our office staff does a good job keeping up with that.
I can't do much about where it's showing on the page.
Okay. So I guess
Well, I
you
can't
want to
change that from here either.
If you guys want to look down the list of things and would like any insight on any of those.
So this is basically what it says. It's a general service fund, and it's for the county vehicles.
This includes sheriff's.
Sheriff's,
Search and rescue.
all vehicles within the county except for
Yeah.
his vehicles and machinery.
There's a few more moments to kind of look down and then
Well, here's a place you get money from the general fund instead of giving it to them.
That's because we spend it
Well,
and we get it back.
Just giving you a bad time. It's getting late. We need a little levity here.
I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you have any idea of the, I guess a couple things, the breakdown between what the sheriff's using for a portion of this $279,000, and what the rest of the pool, like, if you could break it, and another thing would be like if you looked at maybe what the cost per mile is, so that we could compare that other side to privately operated vehicles.
Yeah, I don't have that breakdown. I can just tell you that I believe 50% or slightly over 50% of the cars are sheriff vehicles in the pool here, and but I don't have the breakdown dollar-wise. All the vehicles, depending on what class they are, do have a different rate, so that's something you could track down because the sheriff's got pickups and vans and cars, and so they all seem to fall on a different rate. They're different costs to running each one.
This is Fund 221. Did we mention that earlier? I see general fund equipment and self-insurance. Was that a discussion we had earlier referred to this fund?
That's down on Fund 281. So we're going through them by the fund numbers.
Yeah.
So this one is actually just taking care of the vehicles. The next fund is the replacement.
163.
Yeah, 62, 63. And this is where we're actually doing an in-house finance opportunity. So they budget for it within their funds to buy it. And then, I don't know, do you actually buy them?
Well,
I'm not sure how this works.
I think it gets paid out. It's been paid out of this, and then the departments have budgeted for that vehicle already, and they put the money back in the fund.
Yeah.
And then if they sell a car, also you'll see where we sale of vehicles sheriff. As we sell some of the older stuff, we auction those things off. That comes back into here.
I never thought that. So were you saying we pay cash, there's no finance cost? Is that where you were going?
We actually do purchase outright. I have not seen a vehicle financed since I've been here. And once again, I believe that the state of Oregon bidded contracts are used to purchase vehicles.
Yeah. So everything is bought off the state, and everything's nobody's taken a loan that I know of since I've been here.
Well, that's a nice use of money. That's
Yeah.
a city that can't earn interest elsewise. In fact, we're earning interest.
Mm-hmm.
Rentals ever come in play?
Maybe leases, but not.
Oh, leases.
Yeah.
Sorry, leases.
Yeah. I've talked about that, but we really haven't done a lot of research on it.
It is basically just a wash. I mean, when you really, most people will tell you on the evaluation of that, it is pretty much a wash. It just depends.
Yeah, I think if you were a business, you can get a little better write-off there, but it being the county, that wouldn't help us.
And I've had a lot of experience leasing buses, and when you say leasing buses, you're actually buying a finance plan for a 5 to 6 year lease, but you're actually is a purchase thing, because at the end of the lease you own the bus. So it's just like basically you're financing the bus. Rent to own
Right.
kind of thing, yes.
Or lease to own.
So that's the way a lot of school districts buy their buses. Okay, this is the page 164, 65.
Oh, this is a biggie
This is the one.
that everybody's going after.
Yeah.
Road Capital Improvement Reserve Fund.
Okay, so here we go. Well, why the columns weren't wide enough for those numbers, I guess. Stina must not have caught that when she painted these pages. I can tell you what those totals are. So the first one, it's 31,659,290, and of course the total requirements matches that. It's the same dollar amount. Where the hash marks are, the column wasn't wide enough to put the number in, so it's showing as hash marks. But that number in both instances is 31,659. 31,659,290.
May I interrupt just a second? In my mind, we've gotten ahead of ourselves. I would like to know that wording under Road Capital Improvement Reserve Fund. I'd like to know what the implications are for what we're doing in the future, and are they attackable? Are they defendable? This is directed to you, Councilman.
The words, I think you're talking about the constitutional and statutory restrictions on the use of the road reserve funds.
There are two paragraphs there. Do you mind looking at those and commenting?
Okay, so constitutionally and statutorily restricted. So 16 U.S. Code 500, probably federal gas tax, and we get something from that. Then the Oregon Constitution, Article 9, Section 3A, that says it's for, I think, the highway fund is for highway purposes only. 294.060, probably similar, than 368.705, and it says it cannot be used for non-road purposes. There has been a statutory change that allows, and when it says non-road purposes, earlier we talked about administration. You can use them for administrative support purposes. And then there was a statutory change that allows, I think specifically for road patrol to be used. So that's what I know about it on the spot. And if you want, I can go grab each of the text of every one of those statutory references and give it to you.
I think the budget message had more information in it, so I'm going to look through that.
I'm just going to, if I may throw out some questions.
Sure.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that, I guess the obvious, when we're funding, the whole county benefits from these funds in one form or another. Is that not correct?
Well, that's kind of...
Leaves this fund. When that money leaves this fund and goes to one place, then we don't have to put so much money there and somebody else. Is that that's acceptable and nobody's ever going to challenge that?
I don't really, I can't either confirm or deny what you just said there. What we have seen in the budget is that, and I'll just confirm this with Louise Kallstrom, that road improvement reserve funds are through intergovernmental service accounts used to pay for the operations of other departments. If that's what has been shown through those IGS numbers.
Well, this was what it says in the budget message, page 2, top second paragraph. It says, SB 496 was signed into law June 24, 2013, allowing 7 counties, Coos County, Curry County, Douglas, Josephine, Calumet, Lane, and Lynn, to take restricted road funds to pay the cost of sheriff's patrol of county roads. The bill was originally designed to sunset after 3 years, but the 2015 legislature passed Senate Bill 26, and the sunset provision was repealed on January 2nd, 2016.
Oh, excuse me.
That's all it says about these roads funds, and that's how.
So we can keep taking forever, or?
That's without, we can take that down to 0, and it'll be legal. And then I have a follow-up question. Is that your understanding?
For sheriff patrol, it says it can be used for sheriff road patrol deputies.
And just so you know, this is the reserve fund, and this is where we're taking it from. But it's saying road fund. So if you did take this reserve down to 0, that applies to the money, I believe, coming into the road fund also. It says.
New money coming in?
Is it just based on SRS payments, or is it based on just road fund money?
It seems like the question is changing. I'm trying to keep up here.
It says restricted road funds. That means that the gas tax restricted for roads coming into the road fund is restricted road funds. So this is the road fund, this is the road reserve. So if you use this reserve, potentially and legally, you can still transfer out of the road fund to the sheriff's department, because it's not just against these funds, it's against all restricted road funds. These funds were just taken out of restricted road funds and put in over here to a reserve. It was taken from the road fund and put here to reserve it for future. And that's why it's sitting here. But the ORS does not mean a reserve fund. It just means road funds.
When we were sitting in on that, the committee, whose name I can never remember.
The Budget Advisory Committee?
Yes, your Budget Advisory Committee that operated until March, end of March or so. There was a discussion from previous roadmaster talking about the history of the legal establishment of the money coming into that fund.
It was established in 1988 by resolution and order number 827 as a county.
I'm in the wrong part because this went back. What I was thinking, it went back a lot longer.
Well, this particular reserve fund was set up by the county, by county commissioners, with this resolution and order in 1988. That's how it was established.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I was present when Mr. Crumley made his brief legal position on road funds, and he was very clear that in his opinion, whatever Oregon law may be as to how we use those funds, federal law, which is the law that creates those funds and generates them and brings them to us, is, in his view, was very clear that they could only be used for roads. And I don't recall whether he was making those statements with respect to deputy patrol or whether that was made in the context of various people suggesting that we loan the road fund to the hospital or the ports or any other special district. So again, there is a viewpoint that I have heard expressed by the form that I think was meant to be all-inclusive, that while we might not have a risk of misusing them under Oregon law, that under federal law, are using those road funds for other than roads could violate the federal statute.
So
Quick question.
Doesn't federal law overturn Oregon law?
Well, in most states it does, but I'm not sure about Oregon.
Oh, just a quick question. Help me remember when Mr. Crumley mentioned that within 5 years, was that based on about $1 million a year on the assumption going to the county for the sheriff's department? There would be the money would be depleted in 5 years. You probably I could have asked you, of course, too.
Mr. Boyce, were you looking at the captain when you asked that?
No, Mr. King, or actually anybody would know. I just wondered if that was based on $1 million.
It was based upon his understanding that the road department, as we now see, would need to expend several millions a year just to maintain our roads. And then if you added on top of that, money's going out at the rate they were going out to the sheriff's department and for communications, that the total, those two things to combine.
Last year, 1.7.
Well, wasn't it 1.7 plus 200 or 100 or something for communications?
Okay, that answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
I think we're on the same page.
And your point is that number has decreased, and so more people need a citizen.
Which would be all of our vision and goal here. Yes, thank you.
Further comments, Council?
No, I'll try to answer questions again, but it seemed like you had more questions. Or not. That's okay.
Well, I'm kind of thinking I was going to go to one more question. It was what Commissioner Gold is. So what should you think?
So my question is, what percent of our revenue comes from the gas tax, federal gas tax? I'm thinking in terms of, are we going to have to cover ourselves later on if federal law is imposed over state law?
Wow, Doug, I don't know if you need to try to answer that question.
Yeah, that gets back to sanctuary cities. Do we respect state or, sorry. I mean, it is an interesting question, though, that Mr. King brought up and Commissioner Gold.
We voted last year, I believe, to ignore federal law with respect to gun regulations, so I suppose we can ignore federal law with respect to road fund regulations.
All right. So,
it's fascinating.
So,
and one of the statutory references was to, I think, payments from timberlands, 75 roads, 25 schools. That was a 294 reference and 293. And then I think the other one is there's some gas tax we get, and then state and federal. So, and yes, the general rule is federal law is supreme over state law if there's a conflict, and then that would be the question. So,
any comments? And we move on. And I'm sorry for the trip off. I just am building a philosophical position.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yep, I think you're identifying the right foundations for your position.
Thank you. Would you continue, please?
Sure.
Are we going to move on from this fund? So the next fund is page 182. And it's the equipment replacement fund. trying to read the bottom and the top at the same time. So we're self-insured on our vehicle damages.
It's 182.
So this is a self-insurance fund. We're self-insured here in lieu of purchasing insurance for comp and collision. We're self-insured. Let me see here. Sometimes this rotator will work and sometimes it won't.
Comments or questions on line 12 or any other line?
Could you give us some general orders of magnitude, statistics? What's covered? What's the deductibles? What's?
I don't. I'm not aware of what the deductibles are.
There's no deductible. We're self-insured.
Yeah,
we're self-insured.
So I think.
Do they have any like I'm trying to think what it is where you have a limit up to so many million, and then something else kicks in, or
that's not the.
Yeah,
that's the liability side. This is comp and collision.
Yeah,
so
this just covers damage and.
How much equipment is covered?
How much?
Or do we?
Well, this is it. When it comes to vehicles being damaged, we.
No, I mean.
How many vehicles under this umbrella?
This is the general fund.
Compared what it would cost to. I'm sure they would have at some point to insure them versus self-insure.
Yeah, no, that hasn't been done.
Is this our whole fleet for 101,000?
This is only damage to the vehicle.
Yeah. Right.
All liability insurance is covered under the liability insurance. The auto liability was
right. If we hit someone else.
Services, yes.
Mm-hmm.
How often have we had to use this? Maybe that's a better
There was
question.
one that was broken into, and there was damage to the car, and just a couple of months ago, I think.
Yeah, it was a few months back.
Windshield.
Yeah, but I haven't seen a large amount go out here. As you can see, the dollar amounts haven't changed a lot.
May I ask? Line 12, that changes from previous years to current.
The first 2 years are actuals. What they're doing is they're budgeting 100% of the carryover, and then you're seeing what's actually happened is 14,000 and 10,000, and then the full budgeted in 16-17 and currently 17-18. You're assuming that you're going to bring over your 100,000 budget, and you're basically budgeting it all to be spent in case. But it never happens. But the actual has always been an average of. I've got a 10-year average of $9,772 a year. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at how the fund goes down, and it doesn't go down much. So we must have pretty careful drivers around here.
Well, people are T-boning us in intersections.
Yeah, but then they'd have to use their liability.
Yeah, that's true.
Ready? Any comments on the state? Ready to move on? I'm sorry, Carl.
No,
I
have
this.
Where does the money for this fund come from? Is it all just carryover?
It looks like it's carryover, and if I look back in the history, there has been some reimbursements, miscellaneous kind of reimbursements, but and the general services gave this fund $10,000 in 14-15.
Sure. So this is like a savings account in case we crash one of our cars and there's no insurance.
We don't have insurance on the
Sure.
vehicle part of it.
Correct. And our loss history on this is what, 1,000 a year or
9,000.
9,000, and we're saving $100,000 to pay historically $9,000. So this reminds me of the computer replacement fund, where it's like we're self-insured on the computers. I know it's different, it's damaged, but can this, anyway, just wondering if this is a source for some of the things you guys are trying to make up.
Not certain.
Okay.
What's that? Same as unemployment PERS.
Yeah.
It is assigned, and I believe there's several well, it's basically what a GASB, Governmental Accounting Standards Board, saying that there are certain fund balances that are committed, and that means that there was a formal thing by the board. There's restricted, and that means it's probably an outside restriction on it, and assigned, which is just kind of an informal assignment of these funds to its purpose. I don't think you could take any money out of it for any other purpose if it was a committed fund, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just assigned, so we have just moved money over there and said we are going to use it for this. But you can, the board can anytime reassign that money.
So, question for the...
Would it be cheaper for us to get collision insurance versus self-funding?
I don't know. I really don't know.
We've never checked that out.
No.
Oh yeah, you'd want a high deductible.
Okay, specifically, again, I'm looking at the materials and services, and that's here in order to balance the budget here. What exactly is included in this? Because this is a new item here also, but in
that's
repair and maintenance equipment.
That's in 221, and then back in there.
Well, one is in one isn't, I think.
You know, I believe.
I'm just curious what's in the 50.
Okay, I'm sorry. The entry on this one, there's very similar purposes, but when it was entered on my screen, it's the first line, and in this screen, there's nothing in the first line. So I believe both of those numbers belong one line down. So the 51 is against the 27, and the 50 is against the 51.
But the descriptions move down also.
No.
Correct?
No.
Well, yeah, I mean,
where it says 51,760 belongs in repair and maintenance IGS. Where it says repair and maintenance vehicles on line 8 is where the 50,000 is supposed to be, according to my proposed budget spreadsheet.
So what's
It was an entry error.
Yeah.
Included in repair and maintenance equipment for $52,000.
It's not included anything. You're not reserving any of these funds, so you have to budget all of it to be expended. So you're just putting the total revenue, which is a carryover balance, in line items so that you balance. It's not really.
You're balancing $100,000 in repairs or whatever it is, just to balance something, but you've got a history of $9,000 a year.
This is a fund that has to be balanced. So I could put $9,000 in expenditures and put reserve for future expenditures of $90,000, but that means if something happens and it costs you $25,000, you can't use all of the funds. So this is making all the funds available to be spent rather than reserving it so you cannot spend it if something happens.
But to somebody looking at it clearly closer than I looked at it last year, I would think put the discussion aside that we expect to have $50,000 to $100,000 in repairs.
Yeah, and that's in another fund.
This is just
in case of a biggie.
Carl King has the floor.
Okay. If I'm following this discussion, in this fund that's called an assigned fund balance, we could take and under materials and services have a transfer of money to the general fund as part of this budget. If you turn the page under equipment self-insurance, the $1,164,000 is described as restricted fund balance.
That's because it's road fund money.
Comes from
That's the road fund
tax,
money, so
yeah.
that can't be
That's-
touched.
Yeah, correct.
General services come from basically all over, from the general fund for general services they're paying for. The money that's coming in is not restricted
So
money.
I was not tracking. Did this originally start as road fund money then?
This one, general equipment self-insurance, no.
Okay.
And I don't know when it started. I have a history back to 2005-06. There was a transfer from the general fund of $3,600. There was a transfer from general services for $2,091. And there was an assigned fund balance, which was a carryover from the year before of $101,068. So it's been carrying over around $100,000 for the past 11 years. It has not been depleted. It stayed basically the same. It looks like over the years, when it was being used a bit, then you would get reimbursements from insurance and transfers from the general service fund, and sometimes transfers from the general fund. But the general fund hasn't transferred since 2002, 2003.
So
general services has.
Well, I think we ought to look at this because as I understand it, if we have a vehicle, general vehicle that's in a collision, we will repair that. And I take it at times the county has subrogated, if you will, against the other participant in that accident, and at times made a recovery and then reimbursed it, reinstated this fund. So it's not that every claim that's made against this fund is going to deplete it. Many of those claims will be reimbursed by, because obviously it's usually, let's assume that many of these accidents are the fault of the other party and not of our employees. So I think, again, we're sitting here looking at how to get the county through the next several years, that it's worth a risk to pay this down a bit and take some of it and put it into the general fund.
So, Louise, do you think it'd be wild and crazy if we said, let's take $50,000 and get it into the general fund?
I don't know if I think it was crazy if you did 60.
Do I hear 70?
I mean, this has $100,000 in it, and it's spending 10. That's still leaving $40,000, and I don't think in 1 year you would have that much.
Should you comment on that?
Yeah, it seems that account has been close to 100,000. You said for 11 years.
For 11 years, yes.
I mean, that seems logical looking at the track record here.
It's never
Legal problems in doing that. I think.
From what Louise has said about the distinction between restricted and reserved and assigned, I think with assigned, I think you have the authority to, recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they take 50,000 or 60 or 70,000 out of this, whichever the board or the Budget Committee makes a recommendation on based on the historical, record before you, and tell them to take it out of the assigned status and put it into the general fund. And it seems like that would pass GASB muster if the board
Yeah, I
did
believe
that.
so. I mean, you're going to recommend it, but when the board adopts it, they're saying it's okay to do that.
I'm looking over my shoulder. It's just a breath of fresh air and lightness, and it just doesn't seem possible. That one again. Thank you.
There was reference a few times to the repairs or whatever have generally averaged 9,000.
I'm looking.
Where did that come from?
I'm looking what I'm looking at here is my budget spreadsheet. What I have in the budget spreadsheet is a actually 11 years of actual costs in this. And if the last 10 years of that, I have a 10-year average of the costs in that line item. And the 10-year average is $9,772.
So about 10.
So yeah, I'd say around 10. I mean, the actual for 15-16 was 10,006. For 14-15 was 14,000. For 13-14, 3,500. For 12-13, 3,100. For 11-12, 11,005. And for 10-11, 21,002. And back further is like 9,000, 9,000. So if I say leaving 40,000 in there, it's at least twice as much as has been the expenditure in that fund for the past 10, 11 years.
So I make a motion that we take 60,000 out of this fund and put it in the general fund.
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, I think it's definitely placed a place, but I don't know why we just don't wait till the end and see what our final bill looks like, and it might not need to be 60, you know, it could be less.
Okay, Mr. Thompson.
A question and then a comment on Sam's comment. What did you say it was for this year on the claims or the costs?
The claims for 15-16 is the most recent actual I have. Through December of this current year, there was 5,360.
Okay.
But I don't know what it would be for the
If I'm looking, I'm on the March one for
Okay.
that account is 7,550. Call it 7,500.
So I'm assuming it's going to be around 10,000 this
Okay.
year if we have
Okay.
anything else happen.
And to Sam's comment, I think because of the different work that you have to do with each one of these changes that we say we you know.
This one's the easiest one you've
Well.
given me in 3 days.
It'll take 5
because
seconds,
we don't
right?
know. What I'm saying is we go through these conversations and then we'll say, well, we change this or we change this or we change this, and that changes. Who knows what it all has to change to come out. So my comment in regards to Sam's suggestion would be, I think as we've been going through, we've been making these changes knowing that we can always go back, but I think if we don't, we may lose track of one or two or whatever changes that we decided on. That's the only reason.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering, like, where are we going to put it to a particular line? Like, we're going to apply it against what?
I think they said we'll go right back to the general fund.
What it does is there'll be a line in this, here under materials and services, there'll be a line's inserted that's a transfer line, and it'll say transfer to general fund, $40,000. And then it would reduce those 250s down probably 20,000 each.
Right. Wouldn't you have to pop another line
Yeah.
out though?
And then when I go over to the general fund, all it is I will insert a line in the general fund revenue in non-departmental that says transfer from Fund 281, $60,000.
So it'll show up on non-departmental.
That's where all the general fund revenue shows non-departmental.
So that just makes it so we don't have to take that 60,000 out of road funds to balance the budget.
When you're balancing the budget, that will probably go against reducing amount coming out of road funds.
So, Robert, is that, do you have a hesitancy or reticence for us taking that money from you and putting it in the general?
No, it's not.
Not a low one, it's taken.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Do we see a smile or anything from you?
No, I think he wants it in the road. He'd like us to.
I don't know the end result.
Yeah, he'd like to take it from this and put it into the road fund. Is what he'd like.
Well, that's basically what we're doing. Think about it.
Was there a motion? Or
Yeah.
Second, I just want to make sure
Yes.
everybody's had a chance to make comments and discussion. I want Committee Member Gold.
You said
Mr. Harper, take $50,000 out of the
60.
general fund to put what, pardon me?
60,000.
60,000. Okay, well, I'm glad I got that squared away, but that's not what I missed.
And
Well, I missed that little
what is this fund
Out of
called?
the general fund equipment self-insurance fund.
And move to, that's the
General
General
fund.
general fund. Fund 281. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Fund 281.
Any other comments, and then we'll vote? Let's just do a hand vote. All in favor of removing the money as stated and going to the general fund? Raise your hand. Aye, it's unanimous, Mr. Judge.
Okay, so Roadmaster's last fund is the next one. And this is the road fund equipment self-insurance repairs of damages to the road equipment. And these are restricted funds because the, I can move down there, the money coming in and out. Of course, I like the first sentence here. It says vandalism and damage to the road department vehicles. It's not like you ever get your
They have
equipment
been.
vandalized.
There has been some
I'm
windows
sure.
shot out, I think, in the past.
Yes.
So, yeah, and I think that would be one of your hazards. It's,
Yeah.
Just so there's not a man sitting there when it's shot out, huh?
Do you know school principals have something in their contracts that say that if anybody vandalizes their personal vehicle at their home, that they get the school pays for it because so many high school students.
I heard that.
Just how long's that money been in there? And I know it's restricted, but is it drawn any interest or?
Well, I've talked with Louise about that. I think she can answer that question really
Yeah.
quick. We had that discussion.
Okay.
So first of all, this is another fund that has been there for an extremely long time. It had a carryover of $1,043,000 in 2005-06, which is the back history that I have in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
The average spent out of it in the line item that's budgeted for is $2,660 at a 10-year average. Last year was $3,000
Here.
over the past 10 years on average.
Okay.
What was that everything?
$2,660. It's too bad that you don't have this kind of information when you're looking at your budget, because this is
I
what
know.
I use to set the budget. Last year, the actual was $3,000. The year before that was $1,000. The year before that was $5,000. The year before that was $10,000. The year before that, nothing. So it is, but I don't know where the money comes from because it's been a carryover balance and interest revenues basically since I see the history on it.
And I assume that would be a tough question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So there's no interest going into?
I'll tell you that.
Does this cover theft of the equipment as well as?
I believe it would.
I think it would,
Yeah.
So we don't have other theft insurance. So if somebody takes your most valuable piece of equipment
Drives off at the road
and
crew.
drives it off the bluff
Yeah.
into the ocean,
Yeah.
what would be the loss to us of that most valuable piece of equipment? How many hundreds of thousands of dollars?
300.
I've seen that happen.
I have too, or they can fall off a trailer going down the road.
Yeah.
And it's
Comments?
Just
I just wanted to explain, because it was asked of me, about the insurance allocation. So in the, there is a local government investment pool where all road funds are kept. The road funds that are kept, monies that are kept in that LGIP is this one, the road capital improvements, the roadside improvement one, that one that was for Titus Lane, the money that's bike and footpath, and the road operations fund. All those funds are kept in this LGIP account. I guess a decision was made several years ago that all interest goes into the road operations account and not allocated out to these different little funds. Well, some of them aren't so little. It all goes into the road improvement fund and not allocated out to all the funds that are in the LGIP. So one entry is made every month for the interest, and it all goes into the capital improvement fund and does not get allocated out in small pieces to the smaller funds. And that's where the interest is going.
You know, I went again on the revenue and expenses. The year to date for this year was $302.
Yeah, that's what I have as of
Yeah.
December. So,
And there's no way you can take some of this and maybe put it into the road fund, definitely not into the general fund.
I don't know how that restricted money got in here, and so I would not be able to say how to take it out. I don't have any history on this.
But is Commissioner Boyce's question viable as far as researching further the possibility of
It
investing
says
in the fund?
all
Oh.
dollars in this funds are constitutionally and statutorily restricted per. So this is the same as I think that you could take money out of here and put it into either the road reserve or the road operations fund. But when we asked the roadmaster how much to replace one of your most expensive equipment,
That's
and he said $300,000, and that's maybe a third of what's sitting in here. And any day, he could be driving down the road with his most expensive piece of equipment on a trailer, and it could fall off and roll down the hill into the ocean, and you're going to have to spend a third of this fund to pay for it. So I don't think this one is as depletable as the other one.
Well, going to Commissioner Boyce's question about interest, I think on the 31st, our treasurer is going to have a presentation by an investment firm. Doug, you've been talking to her about that, haven't you?
Correct. So
Yeah.
on the 31st, Jackson County Treasurer is going to be here, and another representative from Jeffrey Piper, and the discussion is going to be with the commissioners about investing it in a safer spot and hopefully a
31st
better rate
Wednesday.
over time.
And
Yep.
the majority of the money that is sitting in that LGIP fund is the reserve. I mean, it's got the
This reserve?
the road reserve fund is $30-something thousand dollars,
Yep.
31 million.
$31 million, and these are basically the smaller pieces of what's sitting in that fund that he wants to invest.
They're getting interest, but just not showing up here.
Commissioner Boyce, did you have?
Oh, if it's not a standalone fund, worrying about putting interest or additional interest really doesn't make any difference because it's restricted. Nothing's going to happen with it forever, except I don't ever recall a piece of equipment going into the ocean. But yes, it is possible. So that fund is, correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to sit there forever.
Yes, I think theoretically you can take some money out of this and put it into the road fund, but in the scheme of things, it's a small amount that you could take.
Councilor Hull?
I've made a note to myself to talk to our agent of record about premiums or collision and comp theft, loss of property, of our own property, just to make a note to have her check that. And it, if even though these are restricted funds, it seems like a purpose of spending restricted funds on road equipment would be the insurance of them. That seems like a classic, related cost. So I just made a note to myself to check into that, to compare self-insurance versus insurance premiums and what that does. So
Good idea.
I don't think I'll have that for the commission, but I might.
Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you, Council Huddle. Maybe that could include buying a new excavator, or I know that would be a long shot, but something to think about. Or front end loader, or both, and you'd still have $500,000 in there.
Carl King has the floor.
When you invest all of these monies, the 30 million, yes, they only can be used for road purposes, but you can have an investment loss. And you can have a investment advisor who went to the Bernie Madoff School of Investment. And there are many municipalities who thought they had their pension funds and their other reserves well handled, that discovered that there was someone in the Cayman Islands having a very good time with their money. So I know everyone thinks we ought to invest all this money and get a bigger return, but there's a reason why the state of Oregon and most states and municipalities limit where you can invest public funds. And that's because some people think they're going to, do great things with that money, and they wake up one day and it's all gone.
Okay, so what if you take I think the return now on where the money is currently being invested is about 1% per year. Okay. What is 1% of $1 million?
10,000.
10,000.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
10,000 is a.
Well, the road capital reserve made $372,000.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So to say this is minor, but still, that's 1%, which is, I think, a little less than even this account is making right now. We're looking at a different possible account. Mm-hmm. We shouldn't dismiss it because we can safely repeat what add it to where the money's going now, make another $10,000.
And interest rates are trending up.
Well, true, but even if it's not, so I don't think we don't just want to say dismiss and not worry because it's only $1 million. It's $10,000.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, sir.
Can I make one comment about that? Well, something that relates to that is road funds that have went out to other departments over the years of $5 million. We also lost the interest on that over time.
Right.
So
yeah,
that will continue to happen as the road funds go away.
We're working on it.
Comments? How are we doing here?
That was the last one.
Yeah,
When you started this, you had some things you were going to talk to.
Well, that I covered it. Yeah, the administrative part was really big to me, and that was my major part of it.
Well, subject to our end of the day discussion of how we deal with road reserves in other budgets, I move that we approve the road department budgets for purposes of moving forward to tomorrow morning when we have our real discussion.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion on the motion?
I think the only change being that $60,000 transfer.
Exactly. That was the only change, and
That's the only note I had
on that.
Mr. Jesuit, you had a question? Subject to what, Mr. King? $60,000. And what's you saying?
Pardon? He approved them as published, modified for the $60,000 transfer.
Any other discussion? We'll have a raise your hand vote. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous, Mr. Jesuit. Thank you for your patience through all this.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to say that we have got quite a bit yet to do tomorrow before we begin any discussion. We have not, as my understanding is, Ms. Kallstrom on day one was going to speak to various funds. And then we still have some of the funds that I think that you were going to speak to.
County Council.
So you want me to read out the ones that I have?
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay, so the ones that have not been discussed yet are the BOC office, the BOC office, the grants funds, 250 and 251, Title III funds, which is Fund 465, the Brookings Airport Fund, and the two reserves, unemployment and PERS. Those are the ones I haven't spoke on yet. And then there's three with the County Council, which is GIS, landfill, and solid waste. So those are the ones we haven't discussed.
Right, and I don't remember getting through County Council. And when you said BOC office, Louise Kallstrom, were you talking about the Board of Commissioners budget itself or the BOC office budget
The Bach office budget,
Okay.
the one, not
111?
the commissioner's fund, but the
Okay.
administrative
Okay.
office,
Thank
BOC office.
I think there are more little, smaller funds under county council, quite a few more.
Well, let me pull up county council and
Quite
we'll
a
see
few.
which ones we talked about and which ones we didn't.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 different ones.
IT was one of them.
Thank you.
Okay, I said
Touch that a bit today.
council, solid waste, court mediation, which I believe we touched on.
Right, I did go, I mean, some of the smaller ones I didn't spend a lot of time on, and I tried to go through quickly. The court mediation is really funded by fines, and we collect fines and we process that out and we pay the mediator services. I mean, there's really,
But I was just saying,
Yep.
she mentioned 3 and said, I know there's a lot more, even if
Sure,
it takes
sure.
a minute, there's a lot more.
True,
than 3.
true.
There, I'm not going by what's listed on here.
Well, you've done a nice job, Louise, on the
boy howdy,
the organizational chart, which I think. So, for instance, the cable franchise fee and the county land management fund, both of those have been converted to general fund. So there's not a ton for me to present on those. And the Port Orford landfill, I think I described that's a fund that is basically a trust out of a settlement. But again, I can go over all of these again. And solid waste is a franchise, and
So the ones I have on councils that I gave him worksheets on was council, solid waste, court mediation, the Port Orford landfill, county lands, which has just been totally moved to the general fund, cable TV franchise, which has been completely moved to the general fund, and we talked about that when we talked about non-departmental, GIS, and Infotech, and we just finished Infotech earlier today, so
And-
I think I stand by. I have really to talk about solid waste and the Port Orford landfill and GIS, and he might have a few more things on his admin budget.
Care to hazard a guess as to times that's going to take to do that?
it honestly shouldn't take me much time at all to go over council budget. And on the flow chart, I have Bach office under me, but it sounds like Louise is going to talk about that. There's been a lot of savings from last couple of years to now. The proposed budget reflects a big change in that. And then the legal counsel, again, I think when I was presenting the legal counsel budget, I described it looks like there's an increase in salaries or wages, but that's increase from the general fund. And all that is, as Louise talked about, a lot of county council was getting directly funded salary from cable franchise, and that's been all moved to general fund and then to council. So it looks like even though my general fund transfer went up, it's only because the cable franchise went into general fund. So really there's, and what I have found, when I took another hard look at my budget over the last few days, I think I can shave a couple grand out of the travel, all those kind of things. But there's dues, memberships, travel, training, meals. I think we can shave a little bit out of that based on the history. But
I have a comment on that.
Okay.
Then Commissioner Boyce, after your
If you shave a couple of thousand off, then I have to hit every
Oh.
single fund
Okay.
in the county to spread that $2,000, and I'm already doing that with 3
So
admin.
would it be easier if I just shaved a couple hundred off of that then?
I was going to say just that.
If you would just do $50, I would be so happy.
Anyway.
But if we shaved off more, it'd be worthwhile doing.
Commissioner Boyce has the board.
I just wonder if we could go to 5:15 and just pick off a few of these quick ones this afternoon. I'm not volunteering everybody, but
Here's the way I see things. I would be very surprised if we finished tomorrow. I'd be very surprised. At the rate we're going, the thoroughness, the comfort levels we're going at this, I would think we're going to go into Monday. So I'd like to make sure this room's available.
And I don't do this room.
If we do get through it, that's cool.
We're not talking about Saturday, are we?
No, I don't think so.
I can
find something
regroup,
else.
but
So we can regroup. Each of us is going to have a way to kind of recount which parts of the budget we'd like to see rethought. And so maybe we can have a list of those, and maybe that'll be more efficient, and we might be able to approach that tomorrow and start pecking away, or have some ideas of how we're going to. That might be more productive. You all start contributing to how we're going to go about settling this. Yes.
Do you want me to have anything for you tomorrow? Or if I could take, if you're going to do it on Monday, if I could take Saturday, and by the time you finish tomorrow, you've told me all the things that you want me to change, and I can just put it into all the numbers in, because otherwise I have to stay 2 or 3 hours tonight to provide those information to you in the morning, or I could just go home for once this week and be able to do it on Saturday and provide it to you on Monday.
Mr. Chairman, that makes sense to me.
Well, you're sharp. You're sharp, and right now we are not sharp. If we think we are, we're,
Okay. Well, it seemed like, Mr. Chair, your comments about the time it's going to take tomorrow, to me, supported Commissioner Boyce's suggestion that I present, some of my budget items tonight, knock out some of the smaller ones. So, to me, it made sense. But sure, we can come back and I can present them easily tomorrow. But it seemed to make sense if you'd like to dedicate tomorrow to, some thorough exploration of the ideas and things. Maybe getting through some of these smaller items makes sense. But it is up to the committee here.
Carl King was next.
I think Council Huddle's right. It's not going to take much time, but I am not as young as I used to be. And I think going another 15 or 20 minutes is not to my liking. I'd rather...
And we have an employee that will be going into overtime at 5 o'clock.
And so I'd like to adjourn now and come back tomorrow morning. Maybe we come back 15 minutes early tomorrow morning, but we can then take care of that and then at or about 10 o'clock. Now, one of the elected officials who I was talking to today asked me if I would make available my list of things that I want to put back on the table as we struggle to get a balanced budget without road funds. And I didn't make a commitment to that, but and I don't know whether we have a public meeting law issue, but it might be helpful, not for discussion, but just for information, if we shared with each other overnight some of the things we're thinking about putting on the table tomorrow.
Can't have the discussion.
I'm not saying discussion. I'm saying for information. I would be perfectly willing at some time this evening for just to provide information to tell the other 5 members of the Budget Committee that I intend to discuss the following budgets.
I think that is.
It's pretty risky.
Pretty risky because it is putting something out that should be discussed in the budget meeting. It's a public meeting.
Okay.
And I think, well...
Thanks for the offer, though. That's... Yeah. And I just want to make sure everybody's available Monday. I'm assuming.
That's a good point.
I think I am.
So I'm going to make a motion that we adjourn. 9:45? Is that?
9:45.
I have a court appointment at 8:30 tomorrow is all. Hopefully it'll be over by 9:45, but I don't know.
Right, would you rather that
you could start without me. That's to your discretion.
I believe that this week it has been advertised that it would start at 10 o'clock Monday through Friday this week.
Okay, 10 o'clock.
Any other comments? You're all doing fine. You're doing a good job.
So are you.
Let's go.